Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl we've been missing. We wanna have her kissing. We find her, now we in love. Say Gosso, the remix.
DMB, Tuck Spice, remix.
Now if I had to lose you like a bad phone connection, I'd change my game to get a better reception. Sit back, let's start this interaction. Don't fight the feelings, just a chain reaction. Your heart won't give you the wrong instructions. Like my GPS, yes I got the right direction. We gotta merge together like a road intersection. Last stop is gonna be my love and affection. I ain't like the mother dudes, they wanna call you shorty, but I'ma call you a beautiful girl. I took your picture home, my mama saw it, she's a very, very beautiful girl. I wanna put you in my video, cause you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. So when you hear us on your radio, turn up your stereo. It's beautiful girl.
Gotta find a shorty, what's worth of a lady. It's nice but maybe doesn't look like 40. It's taking a little time. I wasn't seeing no signs, any traces of my baby. Who's gonna be my baby? But I thought I'm gonna take my time. Within it took a long fun eye. I saw a shorty passing by. She's got this very pretty smile. It was right at the bus station. I tried to make a conversation, holding her arms, feeling so charmed. I felt the sensation. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Now I realize I found me a beautiful girl. She's a model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it by. Beautiful girl, sparkling eyes, a killing light. I found me a beautiful girl.
Body me LP,
My wish came true when I saw you, girl. God must have blessed me with your beauty, girl. Looking so right from your head to your toe, shaped like a cocoa bottle with a smile of a queen. My queen to be, you my destiny. Got a body of a goddess with your beauty. I'm impressed and I'm never in distress. Come on over and be mine. Been searching for a man and now all the cats keep looking to mine. With a sexy walk and a sexy talk, she must be from a planet called the sexy world. I know I ain't tripping, better yet I'm thinking put a ring on the finger, we look good together. Take your place in my heart with your beauty. I'ma say that I'll never turn away. Who would think I'm in love?
Such the way she smiles at me just really makes me weak. The way she speaks to me just really make me go so weak. Keep staring in her eyebrows. All I kept on saying is wow. Your beauty shines and breeze at night. All I really want in my life. Oh yeah. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl, sparkling eyes, killing tight. I found me a beautiful girl. Yeah, beautiful girl, most beautiful girl. Yeah. Beautiful girl.
Damn. Money, you seen her? Hot Ice, have you seen her? LP, have you seen her? I'ma go over to Tux Bites. I know you've probably seen her. He has a lot of beautiful girls with him. Tux, it's DMB, baby. Look.
Beautiful.
I look for a while, but I can't seem to find a beautiful girl
girl so I can make her mine. Time after time I've been searching for a while, but every girl I meet never seems worthwhile. What can I do? I pray to God for an answer. I feel pains in my heart like cancer, and when I find her, I'm gonna romance her. Lace up with presents and gifts, call me Santa. Claus, I make a heartbeat pause. That's my girl, homeboy, not yours. The girl of my dreams, she's more than I ever thought. Show me Aston Kutcher, I think I'm getting punked. She's what I really want, so I'm a go-getter. Since I'm a go-getter, you know I'm go-getter. And I will give her the world, anything for my beautiful girl.
Psych. Ooh, it's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine, brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling night, killing time. I found a beautiful girl.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're live. Yes, we're live. Welcome back. This is going to be an awesome session. What's going on? Can you hear me? Let me just make sure that you can hear me loud and clear. Oh, yeah. It's crisp. It's crisp. I can hear it. How's everybody doing? Good? Not too how far. Chinye, how you doing? Good to see you. Do me a favor, as you're coming in, hit the like, share, and subscribe. My name is Ola. I'm coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. Okay. Yes, this is Men of Prestige. Over here, we talk about relationships from a power standpoint, self-power, social, emotional intelligence, seduction, attraction. Basically, we talk about things that nobody else is talking about. Okay. When it comes to relationships, but we use trendy topics. We try our best to bring some value here. But welcome back. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you get into the book. Okay, you can download the book absolutely for free. It's a whole book. Okay, 200. Okay, maybe 175 pages. Okay. Of my story, okay? My story when it comes to this topic. So in case you wonder, yes, I'm speaking from experience, okay? A lot of experience, and it's all in this book, written half and half with my wife. All right, so you can download the book for free. You can also access a 30-day boot camp, virtual boot camp. It's called Smart Relationship Guide at www.loveandprestige.com. Yeah. We're just doing some house cleaning, some house rules real quickly before we continue. If you're not yet in the WhatsApp group, join us over there, lolaanola.com/WhatsApp. Okay, and by the way, make sure that you have your 2 factors authentication on WhatsApp. They are going mad. They're going crazy, okay? My mother's WhatsApp was hacked yesterday. Before she knew it, somebody already sent 300,000 naira to some random strangers before they contact. Listen, no one should be clicking random links on WhatsApp anymore. You guys, everyone should know better now. It's 2023. And even if somebody did, no one should be sending random money without verbally speaking to the person that's asking you, right? And confirm it first, before you move forward. But yeah, just in case you can't use that link, lolaanola.com/WhatsApp, you can send a WhatsApp message to this phone number and we'll get you inside of the group. All right, so again, hit that like button as you're coming in. Welcome, welcome. I see there are about 13 people watching us live. Welcome. Let me see who there's a chat. Of course, not to Chiye Day here. Shei, my guy, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Temi's here. Temi, hello. Hey, yeah, I actually got called by one of those scammers too. Yeah. Listen, man, if you send 300,000, I hate to break it to you like this. If you send money to people without verifying first, that's that's your fault. You should know better in 2023. But some people don't know. Many of us won't know until we get bit in the butt. You know, it is what it is. But please, now you've heard it from me. Okay, the hackers, have your 2-factor authentication on. Okay, that way you can always get your account back almost instantly. Okay. Anyway, so what are we talking about today? We're talking about APC Bishop Ekene silenced again on this Keke Palmer'S matter. On this matter here. Shout out to D. D kept trying to ping me, ping Chinye. I know Chinye and I were trying to ping her, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Because I know that when it's something like that, you know, it's always a good example for us to watch again to say, hey, we knew it. We always know it, you know. We always know those things, you know. But some people know they listen. They won't listen until they collect, you know. It is what it is, you know. But let me share our thumbnail with you today. Shout out to all 18 of you coming here right now. Welcome. Hit that like button, share, subscribe. We have a fantastic show today. By the way, pardon me, my manners, part of my manners, we're not doing the late night show thing anymore. It's not working, okay? 5 o'clock is our time. If I can't make it here, we will come on the day we can make it, okay? But I might be recording some pre-recorded live shows. It will look like live show. I will let you know from like, hey, listen, this was pre-recorded. But just to keep this content flowing, you might see that sometimes, okay? But nonetheless, I want you to come here and share and engage. I usually will be in the comment, just in case it's not live. I will be in the comment, maybe hanging out with you guys in the comments as well, okay? But those kind of shows will probably be limited to an hour or so, okay? But not to say that, you slept off last night. You know you did. Be honest, you did, right? She said that 10 p.m. ain't it. Well, my data is showing that it's not it either, you know. So I don't want to disrespect my audience, you know. So today APC Bishop Ekene. APC Bishop Ekene is a character here, okay? It's not about any particular person. It's a character that will, just like Manita that we had yesterday, they will keep showing up and we'll keep using them as scapegoats and examples. It is what it is, okay? But anyway, on this Keke Palmer'S matter, unfortunately, one of our brothers here, the actual real Ekene, the real one, he was on the platform. Shout out to Kojo of Little Black Book 91. He has good content over there. Go check him out. You know, I haven't really been on his panel ever before, but I do watch his shows every now and then. And he's one of the well-balanced thought leaders in this type of topics online. Okay, the rest of them now wash. Anyway, particularly when it's mixed in with manosphere and all this kind of stuff. You know, there's only a few we can point at that have. They at least attempt to get to some kind of balanced understanding. At least everybody have their own experience and one direction that is skewed in, right? But there's a few guys, you know, particularly the guys that are still balanced, you know. So I would definitely put Kojo in that category. Another guy, let me see, Duke and Don, of course Sahil. I can still say, you know what, safely you can go to these platforms, be entertained, but be educated, laugh a little bit here and there, nothing too deep, because at the end of the day, it's really not that deep, okay? None of these platforms, including this one, is your therapy session, okay? Let's be clear about that, okay? Yeah, that show by Kojo was good. No, we're about to do a quick reaction to a few clip, okay? I hail my beautiful people. D, thank you, Jare. So we're reacting to it today. The funny thing is that I watched the first one. I didn't realize there was another one where he got kicked out. Okay, indirectly he got kicked out of here. He would not. He hasn't shown up since I asked him to apologize. He did not show up, which is fine with me. It's not by force, you know. But it's kind of interesting that when this things keeps playing out the same way over and over and over again, then you might want to pay attention that maybe my methods are not working, right? In the world that you live in, you don't get to act like you live in a cave. At the end of the day, you live amongst people, and your social skills is a part. It's a big part of this whole thing, right? And the only person you can blame, if you have to blame at all, is yourself. In Kirby, how you doing? Welcome. I know when I see chat, I know these are loyalists, people that are here with us. They've subscribed. People that don't subscribe, they can't chat. It is what it is. Basically, we're doing well without the people that didn't subscribe, so it's okay. I left it like that. You did, Natu. You slept off. Chei said, where is Chidimia, my online wife? She's not here today. I haven't seen her. She's probably watching in the background, or she'll be watching replay later. You know, I walked in the city yesterday, so going to sleep early is a no-brainer. I hear you. I saw you earlier though. Yes, it's absolutely well balanced. Yep. You know, he's not pandering to any one side. Okay, so, and that is a big deal these days. Okay, it used to be a thing. We have one platform. We have, you know. Yeah, they call him Uncle because he's acting. There's another show we were watching. My wife and I were watching. There's this guy. You know, what's his name? Fat. I'm trying to get it back now. Fatty. His name is Fatty. He has a platform. He's funny. I mean, they're funny up there. So I watch it just for cruise sometimes. Just relax and just watch a bunch of non-NTC cruise sometimes. I do that sometimes, you know. Ekene was on there, and no, it wasn't actually Fadi's show, but Fadi was on there, but it was another platform, and Fadi has he changed his name to Ekene's Airline. I'm like, my wife, we laughed. This YouTube, listen, we don't have a choice, but anyway, we're here. We're going to react small right now to some of this stuff. You know, hit that like button as you're coming in. Hey, Elos Ward, APC Bishop again. You will see that character here a lot. Okay, just Manita and APC Bishop Ekene, yes, and sometimes Koala Bear. But let's keep it. But we're gonna be respectful. Just intellectual dragging. That's all. So the thumbnail says, "Will you keep quiet?" Okay, so let me get into it. Let's get into it. If we have time, I might have some other topics we want to cover. Hit that like button as you're coming in. Yeah. David said, Ekene is on a collectathon. You know, the actual bishop, I said bishop. Yeah, bishop. The actual bishop, the real man himself, he's relentless, you know, but you know, I just no one can help him, right? It's just a matter of a joke at this point in time, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna play a little bit of Kojo's show. Let me give him his proper credit. As a matter of fact, make sure I give him credit like I do everybody else. I think it's called Little Kojo. If you watch this by any chance, by any way, let's link up. Let's do something. Little Black Book 91. I will reach out anyway. If I see content creators, I'm going to be doing some reach outs very soon. Okay, it's called Little Black Book 91. I think I have that correctly. But let's get into it right now. Basically, what happened is that there were a bunch of people who were commenting on this Keke Palmer'S show. What is the Keke Palmer'S show? Just the Keke Palmer'S drama over the past few days, right? I think it's very important that I bring us up to speed with the Keke Palmer'S story, right? In fact, more recently, I think yesterday, they released Keke Palmer and the boyfriend. She had a podcast, right? She had a podcast that released the episode that was recorded before the whole drama, right? Okay, so in case you've been under a cave and you don't know what drama we're talking about, basically last week, Jackson, that's his last name, Darius Jackson, he received a backlash online after he called out, I'm quoting right now from people.com, after he called out the Nope actress for wearing a fitted black bodysuit under a sheer dress to watch Usher perform at his Las Vegas residency. Okay. Jackson quoted he tweeted a video of Palmer dancing with Usher, the Confession singer 44, alongside the text, "Is the outfit though? You a mom." Right? This is the backstory, right? Following the negative response to his comments, he wrote in a tweet, "We live in a generation where a man of the family doesn't want the wife and mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks to please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is." First of all, yes, she's a mother, but not necessarily a wife yet. That's what we know. But maybe we shouldn't make it matter too much. After all, they're together, right? But even at that, okay. But let's go. Then he goes, "This is my family and my representation." Some people were nitpicking that. He said my family, not my wife. Well, it's still family, right? My family, my representation. Well, to me, it seems more like he will be representing her. But let me just give the man some respect. I have standards and morals. Everyone always wants to claim standard and morals, okay? Today, we're not going to be playing the booty cheeks shaking on the screen that he put out there. He forgot that he had morals at that time. But now, since the girl is dancing with Usher on stage, and I will bet my monthly livelihood. Why am I saying that wrongly these days? I will bet my monthly livelihood on this, that there were issues before she went to that concert. Okay, and it's very clear that at least in that moment she did not have any respect for him. Okay, but he kept going. I'm still quoting. Okay, we live in a generation. Okay. This is my family, my representation. I have standards and morals. To what I believe, I rest my case. So he doubled down. He came and talked. So on Friday, Palmer seemingly responded on a public drama in a video with Son. "One thing is certain and one thing is true." This is what Keke Palmer said. "I'm a mother through and through," the 29-year-old actress captioned. Okay. So Jackson briefly deactivated his social media accounts on Thursday before returning Friday. So he's been collecting water. The bottom line here is that, when the public responds a certain type of way, right? You have to pay. Like, maybe you're right for whatever you're saying, right? Maybe you're right.
You're right.
Maybe you're right. But social studies, you have to pay attention. Why is the public responding a certain type of way? You have to pay attention to that. Like, you literally have to pay attention to that. Okay? Because if you're not careful, in this time we're living right now, listen, people have options. I keep telling you. It's not a matter of right and wrong. It's a matter of they have options. Before they find out that they've thrown everything in, like they've thrown out the bathwater with the baby, right? You and your family, and unfortunately your children, you might just end up in a poto. And it's not even funny. Yeah, it might be too late. Okay? It might be too late. Like, you're right, she might even get to about 55 years of age and then regret, like, "Oh yeah, I regret being a single mother." Yeah. But your family is now in the poto. It is what it is. Okay? we have to be careful with this obsession with right and wrong. Right and wrong, you don't have to teach me what's wrong. You really don't. I'm being honest with you. And when somebody is doing something that's wrong, they know what's wrong. They've concluded that I don't care. Okay? They've just concluded, like, you know what? Whatever it is that's not working, it's not working. You know, at that point, they don't care anymore.
Don't care, don't care, don't care, still don't care. I don't care, I don't care.
All right. But guess who will still collect? Even though they are the one that's wrong and you are right. I'm just telling you, okay? So we gotta be careful. It's a little bit more wisdom that you need in the real world, not just today's world. This is the mistake that a lot of people make. They say, in today's world, the world is getting destroyed. No, it's always been that way. You were not here 70 years ago, so you wouldn't know what their own struggles are except what you read in a book. That's all you're running around town talking about. Okay, they had their own struggles, and they were also talking about, the world is getting destroyed. You know, I said, you know what? The world is coming to an end. Maybe not. Okay? Maybe not. You might just be a casualty of your own ignorance. Every world, every generation had their own struggles. And they all complained about the direction of progression. And they all fantasized about going back to 100 years before that. Because somehow in their head, you know, it was better. Are you sure it was better? Are you sure you want to go back? Are you sure of what you're asking for? But let me come to the chat a little bit. Let's hang out in the chat a little bit, because again, the Ekenes and the bishops and the APC bishops and the Manitas, they will continue to collect until they receive wisdom. It is what it is. And today is an example of that. I have a video that I'm going to be presenting here in a second. We're going to react together. Ekene is something else. He be everywhere. Oh, that's our brother Ekene, right? Yeah. They're everywhere, by the way. All of them. Bishop, Ekene, Bishop, all of them. APC, they're everywhere. So don't be surprised when you see them. But when you see them, you remember me. You say, I said it, that these people, if they don't hit rock bottom, unfortunately, they won't learn. That's just how life works, you know. What is the title of the Kojo show? Don't worry. I think it's something about Keke Palmer, but I'm going to do a quick reaction here in a second. Chinya says, matter of prestige, my conclusion of Bishop is that he has a mental problem. After you and your wife spent 2 hours listening to his garbage and genuinely wanted to help. I don't believe I wanted to help. I know you guys keep saying that, and I don't want to push back too much against that. I'm denying anything. I don't want it to seem like I'm in denial or something. But he literally said in the recording, please record this and send to Auntie B. I really was. It wasn't that deep for me. It was, sadly, I have to be honest with you, right? Of course, I'm always helping. My content in general is designed to help. Okay, so that part, right? But there was nothing special about him in particular. He did not pay me. He literally said, record this and send to Auntie B. Right? He gave us the permission, right, to recording. No, like that part is probably not in the recording, but he gave it. We have it on record, right? So so I listen, man, he's just another public persona as far as I'm concerned, you know. So the fact that he tried to drag our name or all that kind of stuff, you know, he has the right to do that. We have a public platform, so it is what it is, you know. As far as I'm concerned, Sha, personally, you know. But I hear you. We try to help everybody. How about that part? You know, but there was nothing special to me about him. For my wife and I, that day, it was like he just kept going. It was like, he just kept going. But he gave me the permission to record and send, because he was basically kissing up to Auntie B. It was because he got blocked. Auntie B already blocked him everywhere. So that's where that came from. But I'll take the credit. How about that? You know. Matter of procedure, after all that, he was talking a whole bunch of smack about you. it's okay, you know. Otakpo, it's okay. He was there again early this week. He made an attempt to be balanced and fell off the balance in seconds. For a second, I thought the convo they had, yeah, they can't, that's why I hate when people try to do balance stuff, right? If I say stuff here and I say men, women, it's because there was an actual lesson. Like if I say stuff about men, right, and then I say women too, you might notice that I say it's still different. There's no balance. Life, no balance. Nobody should be looking for stupid balance between men and women. It's stupid. It's a useless effort. Okay, because we're different, and it's supposed to be. That's what we actually love the most about men or women. The fact that we're different. That's what attracts us to each other. So the idea of people looking for fairness and balance between men and women is stupid. I'm telling you straight up. It's Kosi doesn't exist. Life, no balance, okay? And it's not supposed to be. Precisely, it's not supposed to be, right? So when I see people put too much effort in trying to be balanced, like, listen, there's nothing to be balanced. There's some lessons that is just for men. As a man, you should know that you're expected to lead, period. Point blank, period. There's no fairness in this because it's a double standard. You have double standard on your side. You have double standard on your side. Guess what that makes it? In love and war, all it's fair. It is what it is. And what that means sometimes that you collect in that process. But don't get stuck in that moment because it's probably another door opening for you. Okay, don't try not to. It's hard, but try not to get stuck in the moment. It's easier said than done not to see my wife as that's just unfair. It's easier said than done, I know. Okay, but trying to compete with your wife, it doesn't work. You just end up in the portal even more. It just gets worse. Now here's an important balance, ladies. Try to compete with a man in a world that is still at large considered a man's world. You will hurt yourself. That's not where your power is. Right? Typically. Okay? There's a few exceptions. They are Oprah. I am the Oprah of this world. I'm not talking about you. I'm sorry. Okay? But for the average person, okay, that's not where you're needed in your own essence. Your value is in your own essence. Sorry, you're subject to the social constructs. I am too, all of us. Okay, this is why you need social intelligence. So instead of swimming against the trend, you allow the trend to help you. You allow God. You can say it in like 50,000 different ways. You allow the universe to help you because your horsepower cannot carry what you are trying to do. You will hurt yourself if you swim against the trend. Okay? See, again, balance, right? But not exactly balance. Two different lanes. It's a parallel, right? There's no need to try to compete with each other. Once you find yourself competing with your romantic partner, it's the beginning of the end. Yeah. You will end up in McDonald's.
You will end up in McDonald's.
You remember that? Anybody remember ending up in McDonald's?
You will end up in McDonald's.
Yes, feminine men.
Hey!
Yo, with me, nigga.
Help me,
Fuck
yo.
wrong with you, nigga?
Come on, where my glasses?
Get off of me before I jump your goofy ass again. Now,
Feminine men. What is a feminine man? If you call yourself masculine, you are a feminine man. Let me tell you right now. If you ever call yourself a masculine, I am a masculine mind. Me as a masculine mind, I don't think not. You are a feminine. If you ever call yourself that name ever, okay, you are precisely a feminine man, and this will happen to you all the time.
Hey! Hey!
Did you see how that girl slapped that dude? It's real out here. Okay, I got a video I want to react to. I got you. I'm coming to it right now. Shaisi, I got one question. What's the question, bro? Throw it in. I might have some time for some comments today. Let's see. That part really annoyed me. Mr. Ola genuinely tried to help him. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I said it now. Now there is 99.9 chance there was issues, and that tweet was to get at her. Isn't it what some couples do? It is toxic. That shit is toxic, though. Yes, it's not. It's not wise. Yeah, but he had the right. You're right. He has the right. People that have rights, they tend not to be the wisest people. I don't know if you've paid attention. I'm laughing because I see this all the time. People that tend to be very loud about their rights, usually what they have is privilege. Okay, they just haven't realized, and they can't see it because somebody told, maybe Biden told them they have rights, right? Like, for example, the right for freedom of speech. But Biden will forget to tell you that there's also right to the consequences that you have. Once you assume the right to freedom of speech, you also deserve all of the consequences that comes with running your mouth. But we're here to talk about it. We'll continue to talk about it. Since Ola did not agree to his nonsense and wanted to, you guys are sweetest. But we're here to talk. That soundbite is too funny. Which one? The poto. The poto. Mr. Bernard. You guys miss Bernard already? Do you guys miss Bernard? Listen, I'm never going to let Bernard go. Mr. Bernard. Is that the real guy himself? Ayinika. Tell me, Ayinika. APC Bishop because so-called traditional men, Mongo Park. Yes, Mongo Parks are APC Bishop Ekene precisely. That's the name we made up here for them. Okay, I think Mr. Allah created a safe space for him to express himself, since men really have that avenue to voice that. Yeah. Masculine man in the potter. Masculine. This is what happened to masculine minds. I said masculine mind. Masculine man. Masculine men. This is what happened to them. Right there. Take it easy on yourself. Easy. You too, gentlemen, you deserve soft life. You don't have all the answers, and that's okay. It's perfectly fine. No one has all the answers. No one. Okay? The only thing you can do, talking about creating safe space, is setting the tone, creating a safe space for the people that are designed for the feminine energy to be able to thrive. That's what you can do. And it's the easiest thing to do. First of all, you let go of your need to be right, your obsession to be right, okay? Because first of all, that's anti-seductive. Like, you're a turn-off, literally, when you do that. Oh, this morals. I have standard and morals. We don't have standard and morals. It's only you that have standard and morals. Truth monopolizers. You're the only one that have access to the truth. I want truth tellers. Right? The rest of us, we're just liars, Abby. You don't realize that you're the liar.
Why the fuck you lying?
And I'm telling you, take it easy on yourself. Easy. It's actually easier. What I'm suggesting that you do is actually much more easier. But you know, the human brain is a very complex thing, and it tells you that you're supposed to be this macho thing, and it's not sustainable. You just hurt yourself in the process. Okay? And everyone else, the market is the only truth teller, meaning not one single person. The surrounding, social construct, looking around you, how people in general respond to you is the only source of truth, because it's precisely the result you are creating, right? Now, you can turn around and then cap big time and say, hey, it's just that the world is getting destroyed. The world is devolving. If the world is actually devolving, you can't stop it. Like I said, while the world is devolving, don't you deserve your own peace of mind? Why are you doing this to yourself? That's the question. Anyway, let's get into it. I've got some things to cover here. My monologue is about 35 minutes. Not bad. Let's go.
We all in our
Let's see.
I gotta say this, ladies. I understand that we all have emotions. We all in our feminine and
Shout out to the brother Ekene. He's shying away from coming here since I asked him to apologize to the ladies because he was here. I missed it. I missed it when he called women animals indirectly. I completely missed it. It went over my head. I didn't hear it when it happened. But thank God Bo was here. Brother Bo was here and checked him, right? But this time around, they didn't let him get away, you know. And it's true. I do let people get away with a lot here, and I like it like that. That's the way it's supposed to, because I want the truth to come out. Okay, unless it's too tough. If it's too much, then I will cut it out too. Just like the other day that I caught the other Manita out, the original Manita. Remember the Manita that came here that tried to drag Auntie B? I caught her out. So I will cut man or woman, anybody that gets too toxic or they're just outrightly disrespectful. I will do that, you know. But sometimes I will use discretion because I might feel like there's more that we're about to learn, you know. But let's keep going. I just like I will be organic to a certain extent, okay? But he wants to, I gotta, you know, my brother said, I gotta tell you the truth. I gotta say this, ladies. Let's go to it. My brother.
I gotta say this,
I gotta say
I
this.
understand that we all have emotions. We all in our feminine and everything, but it's always good to hear the other side. Just like I've listened to you ladies yesterday, you know, and today I'm coming in good spirit. But still, I have to tell you, I have to knock that nail in.
He said I have to knock that nail in. Anyway, listen. I'm telling you, you could see the look on Kojo's face right now. Shout out to you ladies. You told me his name. I didn't know that was his name. Kojo. Apparently, that sounds like a Ghanaian person's name. He must have been a Ghanaian person. But anyway, you could see the look on his face. He knew this was coming. He talked about yesterday. The previous video before that, he basically triggered everybody. But they kind of let him get away with it. They did the show. I am surprised how they did it. I'm like I can't believe they actually got all the way through that show. But I think it's because of Kojo's platform. Again, he's a guy who kind of leaves a safe space for both men and women, right? So shout out to him for that. Let's keep going.
Just like Roxy said, and I see all what people are saying on the chat room. It's not looking good, and that tells me this, right? Some of us are set in our ways.
Hey, Ying with Melanie.
And when you are set in your ways, that's why when guys say that they're gonna marry girls younger, you get.
It says some of us are set in our ways. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are set in your ways, okay, in other words, you are discombobulated, you are incapacitated, you don't know how to listen actively to the context that you live in, right? You will collect.
Sorry.
It's just a matter of time, okay? It's a matter of time, okay? Let's keep going.
Man, I say, oh, you want to marry younger women? You insecure this, you insecure that. It's because it's easy to deal with them younger than somebody that is set in her own ways.
He said it's easier, I guess, to deal with them younger than women who are set in their own ways. Let's generalize small here, right? It's also easier for those young women to cheat on you with people of their own age. Have you ever, let's use some fear mongering here, right? Since we want to use fear mongering, right? Let's scare everybody to death, right? Let's scare the ladies to death. Let us let them know that we will marry these younger girls. If you don't get on our program, how is that working out for you, APC Bishop? I'm guessing it's not working out. It's not, right? Again, if these are your rhetoric, right?
He shock you.
Sorry.
Life will show you shaggy. You have no idea. Listen, usually if this is how you speak, you're coming from a place of pain already. My point is that it's about to get worse. Okay, it's a vicious cycle. You know how you start a generator, right? Once you get in the motion, right, you can't stop it anymore. That's the point where people get to that. If they don't hit rock bottom, they won't stop, because they will always find ways to justify the BS. Let's continue.
You see what I'm saying, right? We all have to understand one thing. If I'm a mother, let's say I'm a mother, I'm in my 50s, and I have a son that is 30 something years old, right?
Ekene. What's that to do with Keke Palmer and
No,
So it was supposed to be about. This was supposed to be about Keke Palmer. Okay, that's what this was supposed to be about. Hence my thumbnail. Right? Let's talk about Keke Palmer. No, let's talk about 50-year-old mothers and marrying younger girls. Huh? What? No? Can we get back on topic? Let's see. Maybe you can try. Let's go back to it.
Please, no, bro. Listen, my internet is moving buggy. Listen.
I can hear you. What do you want me to say? What?
Bro.
I'm not able to speak.
We can hear you. We can hear you very well. We can hear you.
StreamYard is not playing about. StreamYard, listen, Ekene, my StreamYard is not trying to have it today. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
No, we can hear you very well.
Okay, my StreamYard's moving mad. So
my question at this point is it a StreamYard's fault? Is it complaining about StreamYard, or he's just like, listen, I'm getting annoyed. I did that yesterday. I'm not about to do that today, right? Listen, we all run out of patience at some point, no matter how strong you are, right? This is his attempt to come in good spirit, right? Now, the idea that a few ladies will be on a panel and you will tell them that I'd rather go marry a young girl, precisely, I think some kind of indirect reference to 15 years olds. Well, let's be nice, okay? 21 years old, right? As opposed to 40 years old. Listen, in life, we know in general that everything gets old. It's like, again, there's this idea of trying to monopolize truth, right? No, we don't all know that. We don't already all know that the older you get, the pool will shrink. Or that old pool shrinking thing, first of all, is stupid, okay? Because everyone's circle is everyone's circle, okay? And if it was true, nobody would be getting married. It's just a lie, okay? From a data statistics standpoint, it's the truth. The truth of data and statistics does not have to be people's personal story, okay? There's a marketplace. There are people dating at any age range, and people are getting married at any date range. Does that mean you have to move stupid and assume you get married at any date range? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not even trying. I don't even encourage waiting just because, and I don't think anybody waits just because. I think some people cap about that, right? But what I'm saying is, on the flip side of things, when you try to shame or fearmonger people to quote unquote assume your standard and morals, it will continue to end up in the potter. Why? Because you're dealing with human beings. What do you expect when you're speaking to a bunch of ladies and you tell them that you will go and date anything younger than them just because they are bad? What kind of expectations do you have around that is my question right now. Right? It's unrealistic. They're going to bite your face off. It's as simple. Like, listen, you can be right all you want. They will bite your face off. In other words, your stupid message will not even land. Your message has no chance. No chances of landing anywhere. In other words, you have no value to offer in the reality grand scheme of things. If your message is not landing, you have no value. It doesn't matter if it's correct, it's right, it's of the Bible or the Quran. If your message is not going to reach anything, you have no value. When you have no value in the reality of our world, what's the point? It's like, what's the point? Now, well, the whole world, no, the truth is that some people actually know how to communicate, right? Some people have social skills and they can land the message still, and then they get better results. But the problem is that you don't have the patience. You don't have patience for yourself. Not only that, you don't believe that you actually have the truth. There's everything you're saying is coming from a place of insecurity. Yes, good old insecurity. Yes, we have to pull it to the pulpit. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. Let's continue.
On my end, but bro, I need you to keep it to Keke Palmer and this guy because it
I'm
feels like
I'm keeping it.
nah, you're taking it
I'm
general
repeating the
again.
same thing that Roxy said. Roxy said the
You're
same thing
taking
Roxy
it
said is
general
what
again.
Why are you saying the same thing that, what is it, Rots is saying? Somebody said something before him, I guess. Rocks. Why are you saying the same thing they are saying? If what you're saying is so sure and you're so sure of it, why do you have the need to say? It's because there's no authenticity in what you were saying in the first place. Thank you, Chia. Roxy. It's because there's no authenticity in what you had to say. That's why. Well, I'm saying that now you're pandering. You find yourself in a place where you're pandering, even though you tend to be the one who accuse other people of pandering the quickest. Now you're pandering because you don't have any substance in what you have to say. It's okay to not have some substance or range in these topics. It's perfectly okay. What it means is that lay back, sit back, and learn. So there's a disconnect. You don't have to wait. I mean, you just look around you. Everybody is trying to tell you something that what you're saying is not landing. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It's not landing. There's a disconnect somewhere. One of the basic needs of human beings is connection. If there's a disconnect, they dismiss you even if you're right. Did you not know that before as a grown man or woman? Especially a man. Okay? Did you not know that? It's unrealistic expectation at best is the number one thing that's destroying relationships. Unrealistic expectations. Number one, half and half with pride. Ego. Misdirected ego and pride will destroy everything that you cook. And no, you're not supposed to admit that you have pride and ego. I'm not expecting you to admit that. I gotta give it to him. He's entertaining. Yes, D. That's absolutely correct. I can't front. Okay, this is major cruise for me. Let's continue.
Okay, let me bring it down.
Oh, it's Ghanaian British. Okay.
Let me help.
Just bring it into Keke Palmer and this gentleman.
You see what Keke Palmer did, I will say it again, it's not good.
It's not
just
good.
Not good. It's not becoming of a woman at all. Because I gotta tell you, we all have to understand this. People have moral standard. Yes, this guy may have impregnated her. We don't know the discussion that happened before the pregnancy. Maybe they are on their way trying to, because I've seen it so many times.
So if we don't know, we shouldn't assume, but you can assume, right? Interesting. Basically, what Kevin Samuel says about them being agreeable, right? Even if they agree with everything, they will still evolve in their womanhood. Then you would say that she has changed. Basically, the reality of life, right? See, I think Kevin Samuels knew what he was talking about in a lot of times, right? But the audience was so disconnected from the reality of how this plays out in application, right? Disconnected, completely disconnected. Like you say one thing and it should be that way. What about all the nuances that will play out in reality? What about the need for patience as a grown man? Like infinite patience. What do you mean? That's almost impossible. Like, no, the patience is for you. Wouldn't you want to give yourself infinite patience? It's for you so you don't get triggered prematurely when you're presented with life crisis, right? No, F that. She's supposed to be agreeable. Because somebody was saying something else in a different context, you take that, you run with it. You go copy and paste that over your life, and now your family is in the muds. You know? Change is a constant. It's not only that your partner will change, you will change. You will change. Right? So it's already two-dimensional already, right? So if all you're going to do is take talking points and copy paste over that issue, what do you think is going to happen? Let's continue.
Maybe they're on their way trying to, form a union, because look at what he said online, my wife. When a man uses that word, my wife, is some.
So he didn't use the word my wife. He said a man can't speak about his wife and his family, something like that. He was talking in third person. He was again copy pasting a talking point over his issues. His issues are that woman did not have respect for him. Okay, that woman is out on a concert being telegraphed, what do you call it? Not telegraphed. Being filmed with Usher on a stage, and she's having a good time in that type of dress. That woman did not just leave the house happy. That's not how that worked. That woman was trying to let stress go. Not necessarily your fault, okay? But your responsibility, because, quote unquote, that's your wife, right? It becomes your responsibility. It's not only when things are your fault that it becomes your responsibility. It becomes your responsibility when you claim you want to lead in that context. It becomes your responsibility. That's just how life works, right? So how you move, the moves you're going to make is going to be very, very important. So it wasn't saying my wife. He was saying a wife. He was generalizing the issues. He brought it to the Twitter because he wanted to generalize the issues. He wanted more people to agree with him precisely. And unfortunately, majority of the internet did not agree with him. Okay? But let's keep going.
I started calling my woman my wife before I even married her. That's how serious men take it. You see what I'm saying? So, to me personally, we have to take this brother very serious.
Hey, Chidema.
Yes, he came out and said what he said online. To me, is not professional.
Oh, trust me, I took him seriously. Trust me. Okay? He was serious. Okay? I think people are going to speculate that maybe they wanted to blow up their podcast. Everybody's talking about their podcast right now, right? And this was all staged. Nah. Okay, I haven't seen anything staged in a while. Remind me of any celebrities that staged something and then we found out. The last one I saw is, I think Jim Ike said, this guy that's always crying online, some blogger guy, that they staged something. But usually they're not staged. Okay, I believe him. I believe that he was butthurt about what he saw. And I feel for him. There's no man that like to see that, right? But we're not going to stop there. The methods that he used demonstrated that he's been using that method, controlling behavior, driven by insecurity, and he brought it to the internet, and the internet helped him. The internet helped him magnify it. That's what happened. Okay, that's what happened precisely. Let's continue.
For him to have done that, but who knows what conversations happen in private? I have dated multiple.
We don't. Wait. What is about to say? He's dated multiple women.
For him to have done that, but who knows what conversations happen in private? I have dated multiple women. There are women that you would tell they want everything to be in private because that's where they have power. And when you keep talking to them in private, guess what happened? They don't want to listen.
So he's making assumptions and he's actively telling other people not to make assumptions. Okay? He said, who knows what happened in private? Some women, the only thing they forgot to put is maybe. Or anyway, he said he's dated multiple women. They just want to be evil in private. They just want to be evil in private. He didn't use the word evil, to be fair. But that's where he's going, right? Because that's how they have control. Let's continue.
They will talk over you, emasculate you, but as soon as you...
They will talk over you, emasculate you, right? Are there events that will happen between you and your wife that we can accurately describe as emasculating a man and talking over you? Absolutely. Okay? Yes, it will happen. If it hasn't happened to you yet, it will happen. Okay? But remember, description. You can accurately, I even help you, I had it accurately, describe it as emasculating, right? Emasculating you, and what's the other word? Talking over you. Yes! What do you think is going to happen when you're actively in an active toxic argument with a romantic partner? Especially when you're not well prepared for the real world. Shout out to that message from Auntie B today. Like, if only God will show everything to Joseph in the dream, right? But that's not how life works. Welcome to the real world. You're not supposed to know everything up front, and you will never know everything up front. The only thing we can do here is having experience. But when you have experience, you seek wise counsel. You get a few insights here and there, and then you gain a little extra wisdom. And then you're able to navigate and pivot better through life. But what do most people do? Coconut head. Right? No. They were wrong, I was right. That's what most people do. And we're talking about a romantic partner. Y'all are both wrong for engaging in that relationship. You can't blame. Blame doesn't work. Right? You literally did something like some people can describe it as stupid. You allow the person into your world, and you're about to be sleeping right next to them and snoring every night. They can literally destroy you emotionally, physically. Yes, they have access to everything. That's the whole point. You let down your guard. Welcome, babe. You let down your guard. You allow them in. That's the essence of romantic relationships. What do you want me to tell you? You fantasized about this. It's not just Hollywood's fault. You fantasized about this lovey-dovey stuff. You did. Because you watched too many Nollywood and Hollywood movie. It is what it is. When there was no Hollywood movie, somebody was doing it and you were fantasizing. You didn't know what was going on in their private life. Unrealistic expectations. Let me come to the chat a little before we continue. Let me catch up on the chat. It's a combination of being annoyed, StreamYard and Ekene, right? Yeah, exactly. That's what that was. The thing is, everyone believes he's capping about being married. Yeah, I don't believe it too. He's going to have to show his wife on the screen one of these days. I don't believe it, okay? All right? I believe, shout out to Shay. I see Shay is engaged in the chat. I believe Shay 1,000 times more than I will believe my brother Ekene. I just don't. Okay. I don't, okay? Sorry. Both here and Auntie B's platform don't believe his marriage. I don't think anybody believe where it goes, okay? Even when it was on Security's Boss platform, SBU Live, people were like, huh. Right? Someone was even saying it at all. He has one. They bet she sleeps stuff into his meals because she surely can't possibly be dealing with his shenanigans. Yeah, because I believe him. I believe that he believes what he's saying. Okay? I believe him 100%. That's why he can't maintain his stance. That's why he was trying to pander to Kojo. He doesn't believe what he's saying, but then he's trying to believe it. He's trying to force himself to believe that, you know? Chinye Sokwe, tell me more. Chinye, student are you? He said, tell me more. She said, tell me more. Oh, and then, nobody knows it all. Two human beings cannot see things the same exact way. Fact. Oh, Ekene coconut head. It's a crime. It's a crime. T-Love, Anna. A young woman who is well raised and has a great background would hardly switch off. The chance of switching is likely. However, if a woman finds true happiness, she would never leave there. Well, that's especially the second half of that statement is correct, right? A young woman who is well raised and has a great background would hardly switch off. Now that one is a fantasy. Yeah, That's fantasy. That's a blue pill talk. Okay? If you talk about switch off as in like show you some shege. Young woman, well raised, will show you shege. Alright? That's a fantasy talk. Alright? But we need maybe some more context to elaborate on that. Okay? Romantic partnership is not anybody's mate. It will test everything. Everything you've ever believed about yourself will be tested. Okay? You'll be dragged through the mud. And you will look at that person like, where is this coming from? Forget that. You will look at yourself and some of your behavior. There's this guy, I'm going to try to do a reaction to some of his video more. He has some good content. I forgot his name. He's trending in Nigeria right now. He talks relationship. Light-skinned dude. He seems like he might be taller. I haven't seen him in real life. But he was on Daddy Free's platform the other time. And he talked about this. He talked to mother-in-laws. I've talked to mother-in-laws here before too. You don't know your son. You don't know your children. You don't know your daughter. You have no idea. They don't know themselves. They don't know what they're capable of until they're inside of it. Right? But again, we need some examples, some context around that so we can show you some true colors of human beings. You know. Hey, yo. You go learn. Anyway, let's continue. Let's say they were young and inexperienced and you want to mold them to agree with everything. At a point, she will still become a more mature woman and see things like, listen, the context is going to change. Life is going to evolve. Things are going to be different. She's going to be put in a position where she can't even, she will lose herself. You know, when people say they lost themselves, right? A lot of those people are well raised. They're just on the human experience with like the rest of us. Okay? Anyway, let's keep going. Let me see here. Why am I? Oh, still is singing in the background. I was like, what's that? Where is... He's still looking for his online wife. Wahala. This is not the same Chidima. I think you're talking about somebody. I think you're talking about Chidima Adaize. Let me see here. Does this thing change around? I think it switched back around. Alright, it's good. He thinks it's eating up. My goodness. What you're saying is completely different. Yeah, context matters. Context matters. Completely different from being agreeable. You are talking about a woman who just switched off and say she know they do again. Yeah, there's usually no smoke without fire. Usually. Okay, we're talking about someone maturing and seeing some things differently. Yeah. Everybody's going to evolve. Those things that you thought you found attractive, you will also resent later on. It's just reality. Okay. It takes two to tango. If one cannot agree, then what's the point being in that relationship? This one is an interesting one. Okay, so can we agree that there will be disagreement? If we have to make it absolute, can we agree that there will be disagreement? If there are disagreements, what do you do with that? I will leave you with that, and then I'll come back to it, okay? All right. Understanding and experience is key in relationship. Yes, key. Yep, exactly. You have to understand that two siblings that have the same DNA running in their body cannot agree on some things. All right, you guys are getting to it before me. My video, they hang. Is my video hanging? I be na your laptop. I think na your laptop. My stream don't hang. How is it now? Tell me, say my stream don't hang. I have a monitor in front of me, so maybe earlier. Am I back? Am I back now? Mr. Allah is frozen though, but I can still hear you. Am I better? It's fine now. Okay, sorry about that. I'm backed up with the chat. Sorry. Thank you. They can disagree and be open-minded with one another to see where each other. Yeah. In fact, disagreement precisely is the point, because that's how you create friction and that's how you grow. All right. So you need to see, when you see disagreement, every now and then you embrace it. What I don't want you to embrace is toxic argument. Disagreement is what leads to argument. It doesn't have to lead to argument. You get it? Disagreement is what leads to argument, but it doesn't have to lead to argument. And if it leads to argument because we're human beings, it doesn't have to end up in a toxic zone. And if you're a man and you're doing that with a woman, then you definitely don't know anything about women, and eventually you go collect.
Sorry, yo.
Yep. My video was hung. Interesting. But I'm back now. Okay. All right. I'm glad I'm back. Of course, there will be disagreements. Yeah, because again, the agreeable, disagreeable thing, I see it all the time as a talking point. And again, most people talking about it, they don't put any nuances. No, there's no examples. They're just talking in generals, But this one we're watching right now is a good example. Let's get back to it.
Bring it to the public, they go crazy, and then the other girls come attacking you for bringing it in the public. Whereas you guys have had months and weeks of private conversation, and it was going nowhere. It was literally.
So he's agreeing that there was disagreement before that was going nowhere. I said that, right? So we agree on that. That woman was not in a good space with that man before that event. Okay? And again, both men and women, you get into a place that you just don't care. At least not right now.
Don't care, still don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You've been in that space before. Don't lie. It could be temporary, but you're like, I don't care. It's either I need my peace of mind, flight, you're running away from the issue, or fight. You're arguing. We must talk tonight before we go to bed. If we don't talk tonight before we go to bed, nobody will have peace. Peace we don't want. Violence.
Going nowhere. Because that's her echo chamber, that's her strength. So we have to understand this thing, because if you guys want to listen to me, you listen to me. But if you don't want to, it's your life. You live your life how you want to live it. But one thing I got to guarantee you, just like people, Keke will understand one day, every decision we make have life consequences. And the problem is,
he's right about that. It's right. The issue I'm having with him is that what is this obsession with helping strangers? Oh, we just want to help our community. Nah, you're a liar. This is personal.
Why the fuck you lying? Why
you don't want to help the community. This is personal. This obsession with being right. No. You're looking for validation. You're looking for confirmation bias everywhere. It's obsession. Okay? But all you don't know that for a fact. Exactly. These are my opinions. Right?
Most of us have lived in our life consequences so long that we become numb to our consequences. We face consequences every day for the decision we made 10, 15, 20 years ago.
See, that's the reality. A lot of people, when they start to collect, they can't trace the collection back to what they did. So again, people will live their life and they will collect. It is what it is, right? But you'll be telling them that there's consequences and it's connected to what happened 20 years ago. But you were not there 20 years ago. And in fact, the bigger collection in this issue right now is you with unrealistic expectations and trying to tell people how to live their life. Or trying to superimpose your own moral standards, which we actually haven't identified, on other people. It doesn't work. If anything, you're wasting your time. Let's continue.
We're still facing that consequences, but because we become so numb to it, our suffering becomes our lifestyle.
So the person that's facing consequences is numb to the consequences. It's you that you are feeling the pain.
Not be juju be that.
That's witchcraft, right? Yeah. We gotta pay attention to that. deeper. Let's think deeper, right? You'll be facing consequences. You are numb to the consequences. Can you really claim that that's consequences if the person is numb to the consequences, or it's just life happening? Life is moving, right? People will go through a lot of stuff. Who exactly is keeping track of what is consequences and what is not consequences? Who are we deceiving exactly? Ourselves.
Why the fuck you lying?
This is how they get them in Niger. They say, it is your mother that did it to you. That thing that happened yesterday. And there's always something, if you're a weak-minded person, that you can trace back to some kind of consequences or something that seemed like a consequence, and basically somebody is just trying to fearmonger you. Am I saying that Keke should have dressed up like that to go out there? No. But these are the issues that lead to that type of behavior. It is not men's fault. But what I'm saying, in a romantic partnership, if you don't have a better way of responding to crisis, you will create even worse scenarios. Okay? You might actually have the solution. You will get silenced before the solution lands. What is the point? Can you two more going exactly? Kilo mwe no, exactly. There's this guy that's always doing kilo mwe. This big guy that's always doing kilo mwe. Wake up, Jimasu. Right?
Then my question to us, why should we celebrate a lady that came out of her house with a tongue on?
Now he's exaggerating. He said came out of the house with a tongue on. Now he's exaggerating. Why would anybody feel the need to exaggerate? It's personal. Okay? Welcome, Tima. How you doing? Yeah, now witchcraft. She is up with now online now. Like, I didn't care and went on a trip in. Let me go back here. Let me come to the chat. Let's take the chat a little bit. Isabel, hello. Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Let's see. It takes a lot of much. Okay, we did that already. Mr. Ola, I hope say this live no go long shot, cause I get home babe with the wait for me. You get home babe, they wait for you. Hey, do your thing, bro. Say already cheated on your life. Wahala. Like I didn't care, went on a trip, now online now. Oh, that one's online wife. Okay, that's what I missed. See how I was taking that out of context quickly, right? We have to think deeper. Talking points are just terrible. They're destroying. It's supposed, like, talking point is not that deep, right? It's not supposed to be that deep. But literally, people are copy pasting it to their life and destroying everything they ever cooked, right? So we need to start checking it. Like, I didn't care. I went on the trip. We talked about that already. Oh, okay. This is a complete sentence. Not to say, like, I didn't care and went on a trip in January. That shit still hurts my husband. He mentioned it today. I'm telling you. It will haunt you. It's real. Right? Yup. Once you know self internally, you rarely argue with people. Yeah, because you understand there's disagreement, but you also understand that there are better methods to get to it. Anyway, let's continue.
What do we celebrate about that? Even if she's being paid for it, you should have morals for your payment. If somebody say,
so again, somebody keeps saying morals. It's an assumption that people subscribe to the same moral standards and compass as you. It's arrogance. Okay? It's pride. You can't throw the word morals around so easily when you're talking with complete strangers online. You can be quick to think from your ass, essentially thinking from your morals, without making sure that the other person subscribe to the same moral standards and compass. It's too many moving variables. It's too many nuances that you're not touching on when you do that. You sound not Ekene. Shout out to Ekene. I'm talking about APC Bishop Ekene. You sound like an ass. It's arrogance. We don't have morals. She was not naked. In our society, if she has, there's actually such a thing as indecent exposure. She can be arrested for that. Unless she's doing that, in which case you can call the cop to carry this lunatic to a home. You don't have right. You have a privilege of freedom of speech, and there's consequences that comes with that.
I'm gonna give you $50,000, and you what, 7 million? So you telling me you're gonna sell your child, your son, that people are gonna shame tomorrow? 10 years from now, people are gonna start shaming that boy. 20 years from now, he's gonna hate his mama for the decision. For I'm telling you for real. I know people.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Kojo was like, hey, he's going to hate his mama. What? How do we get so far?
That tell me this thing. Kojo, let's be honest. I have guys that told me to my face that.
I would understand.
But guess what? Men don't think like this. You know what?
Men don't think like you, APC Bishop Ekene. They don't. They don't think like that. Men don't think like that. Okay? Stop saying man. Please stop. Please stop saying man. Please stop saying man don't think like that. I don't want to hear it again. I'm sorry.
Stop the cap.
Men do all type of things, okay? Men commit all type of atrocities. But there's so many men of prestige out in the streets. It's just up to you. It's basically up to you what you surround yourself with, okay? Let me see. Chinye said, what cracked me up about his submission that day is that after speaking about the consequence of what our future son classmates will shame tomorrow, he didn't mention what will happen with the Bio Afana. How you did, Bio? Brother Bio for president. I see you, sir. He didn't think about the consequence of her boyfriend being pleased with her body and showing her booty clapping her back. Did you know that they demonetized that video because of the booty clapping? Like even myself. On this booty clapping that this guy showed to the world. Even me, I collect. Because they was doing like this on screen so many times. YouTube manually reviewed. They said, well, we're keeping this to limited monetization. These people.
What I mean, right? Men will shame you. Even for your mom to have even for mom to have wear a tongue. Do you know Kim Kardashian was crying the other day about her kids finding out about her sex tape, right? Guys will guess what is different.
That is so irrelevant. It's the attempt. See, this is why I run this platform the way I run it. Thank God we have dialogues here, not stupid monologues where one person is talking for the next 20 minutes. He tried to do that here and it doesn't work. You know, it just doesn't work on this platform. All right. You just talk for the next 20-25 minutes and then we're like, no, dude, 1 point, second, maybe third one, you should make your point. But on this platform, he allows like a panel and they talk, you know. But I guess it makes up for another type of organic content. But Jesus, our reach is our reach. I'm telling you.
But guess what? Guys will take Keke Pamela tongue exposure.
He can't even pronounce I tried to not shame his accent, but he can't even pronounce the names of people he's talking about. Keke Pamela. Pamela. Ekene, come back here. Okay, I'll be gentle. I promise I'll be gentle. I will demand the apology to the ladies, but I'll be gentle. Come back here so we can have this conversation. This is terrible. This is not good. Men don't talk like this. Okay? Stop saying men don't like that. With that soft. Do you notice a correlation between Bishop's voice and Ekene's voice? Is it me? Is it me or Bishop Ekene's voice? Is it me? Somebody help. Oh, they are the same person. I forgot. APC Bishop Ekene. More. Is it me? That's not just me, right? They sound same. What's funny, ladies? What's funny to you? Because I'm making fun of men.
Oh, beauty.
What's funny to you? Let's continue. But yes, absolutely, it's the same. It's like I'm hearing the same. They sound the same. Straw man arguments. Literally. Straw man arguments. That panel was wild. It was a trigger festival. Hey, Fab Stolly, good to see you. It's a reach. It's a reach. Same cadence, yes. The soft tone.
Make it look like a sex tape. You know what I'm talking. You've been to high school. Weren't you bullied in high school by men? Don't you know how guys can get dirty when they bully other guys? Then we say something about your mom that they had that is not true. I've seen the people that their moms made mistakes being bullied by other guys. Some of them I had to knock some people out for that.
In a lot of his arguments, he has a lot of disconnect from the reality he's trying to paint too. In high school, it should just say secondary school so we can know that, you know, it's the brain is more secondary school. There's no shame against secondary school. I went to a secondary school. The brain is more, the context of what he's speaking in is like a mixing of secondary school, grammar school with high school. Go match now. Go match. Oh yato. It's like it's like, why are you speaking of, when he says high schools, I feel like he's trying to talk about American high schools. There's a disconnect. Something is not adding up. Something is missing. Me, I'm using their voice now already too.
Sometimes I'm like, you know what? It's your mom's fault because she couldn't control her damn self, right? What I'm saying is this, right? Is this.
Yeah, tell us.
The decision we made that only lasts 10 seconds can destroy the life of our kids.
Facts.
In the future.
Facts.
Because yes, I'm a grown woman. I am grown. I can do all things.
Another
I can
fact.
do whatever. Black woman is not wrong. That is why black woman is in pain.
Black woman is not wrong. Why? How do you communicate in that way on a panel, right? There's a way I communicate on the panel, which is not really my favorite thing to do. There's a way, sarcasm, condescension, right? And then you expect not to trigger people.
Today, because of black woman is never wrong. And she's living in that pain of never being wrong. So
it's about I said different people, same brain. They are sharing one brain. Yeah. Yes. Secondary, grammar school, high school. I love myself. I went to, just in case you didn't know, I went to St. John Mary Unity Secondary School War. I'm very proud. I will never try to speak to high school experience in America. I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I have zero idea. Hey, Big Boy. How you doing, Big Boy? Good to see you. What did women do to this woman? I have no idea what they're talking about half the time. I'm like, listen, I can't relate to what you're talking about. You know, God bless. God bless. I have my own discombobulated, accented, mixed with New Jersey slash. I'm struggling with that already. The worst thing I ever want to do is chime in on conversations that I don't know anything about. But these people, they can't hold themselves back because of pride. And when joke that you should not be contributing to. Okay? Especially if you cannot pronounce their name in a decent manner. Okay, let me stop on that because people speak to Shongo and Oya even though they don't know shit about it. It's okay. It's okay to have an opinion, okay? But damn, man, at some point, slow down. Don't wait until they silence you now. Jesus Christ.
We have to understand that when we make certain decisions, taking $50,000 to expose your butt and you worth $7 million, there are life consequences to that. And now she's about to lose a man that really loves her. Remember, no man wanted her before. No man wanted her because she's not a pretty woman.
And at that point, he fucked up. And at that point, let me go back small. Now, I don't know where that came from. I didn't listen to the full. I didn't have the time to listen to the full previous episode where he was basically triggering everybody and they allowed him. I didn't listen to the whole thing. But maybe somebody can bring me up to speed. Right? How did we get to nobody wanted her in the first place? How did we get here? Let's
$1,000 to expose your butt and you worth $7 million. There are life consequences to that. And now she's about.
First of all, $50,000 is not chicken change for a person who is worth $7 million. Okay, a person who is worth $7 million could easily mean they own a home free and clear that's worth $7 million. Their income has nothing to do with that. A lot, but not really. Okay, their income, like just showing up to a show and they're making $50,000 is a lot. Okay, so again, that's not even relevant. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. Okay, where's that coming from? So a person that's worth $7 million cannot be happy with 50. Okay, it's not worth $50 million shaking your butt on a stage in VIP with Usher. By the way, I personally think that dance was respectful. The dress is not my taste. If you have a man at home, I will slow down. But again, these people don't know any better. But when that happens, how you respond to it is everything. You jump on Twitter, you will get dragged woto. Okay, go and ask Andrew Tate. He's still being dragged just for engaging the young girl, the environmental activist girl. Well, that's what they claim. But coincidence. He dragged the wrong person. He's been arrested since then, 6 months ago. Gentlemen, your power is not in your mouth. Okay? You can never win that game. So at what point do we just speak to power and truth? At the point where you've assessed everything and make sure you won't shoot yourself on the legs. Okay? At that point, and usually that takes some time. But if you've spent all your time talking, there's a good chance you haven't really taken the time to assess that.
To lose a man that really loves her. Remember, no man wanted her before. No man wanted her because she's not a pretty woman.
No,
I'm telling you, I'm sorry. No, let's be honest.
Whoa, Kenny, cut that shit out.
But okay, good.
No man wanted her.
Listen, no. Now I'll let you speak. But the moment you went to say that nobody wanted her and she's not attractive, you just did that really just come out your mouth, Kenny? Listen.
Wait, that sounds familiar. Does that sound like kick that animal out of your house? Are we having the same moment all over again? Oh yeah, we keep our eyes on you. Oh, they're following me around. They make money from my name. APC Bishop Ekene. Both all 50,000 of you. Yes, because you are a whole book we must read. Just so you know. Okay. But it's a small world. It's the same, we're going to find you. Somebody will find you. Shout out to D. Somebody will find you and bring you back to me. Okay? And shout out to the owner of the content. Shout out to Little Black Book 91. Shout out to him for this content. We will find you. and we will extract lessons out of this whole thing. But anyway, let me do this, right? Let me do this because, listen, I'm sure you guys might want to have some opinions here and there on this. I'll drop the link just in case in a few minutes here, just in case. But let's listen a little bit more here. Let's see.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder.
No, brother, listen, hold on. Kenny, cut that shit out.
But okay, good. I'm a grown woman. I am grown. I can do all things. I can do whatever. Black woman is not wrong. That is why black woman is in pain today, because of black woman is never wrong.
I can do
and
all
she's living in that pain of never being wrong. So we have to understand that when we make certain decisions, taking $50,000 to expose your butt and you worth $7 million, there are life consequences to that. And now she's about to lose a man that really loves her. Remember, no man wanted her before. No man wanted her because she's not a pretty woman.
No.
Hey! Ha! Wrong move. First of all, why are you lying?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
I'm telling you, I'm sorry. No, let's be honest.
Kenny, cut that shit out.
Wait, did you hear the let's be honest part? It's always the let's be honest part for me.
Why the fuck you lying?
Let's be honest. Oh my God.
Okay, good. It's your opinion, but let me
listen. No. Now I'll let you speak. But the moment you went to say that nobody wanted her and she's not attractive, you just does that really just come out your mouth, Kenny? Listen.
Wait, he said is your opinion. So I have a question for you, ladies and gentlemen in the chat. Okay, I'm not capping. Let me be honest with you. Most of you are ladies in the chat. Okay, the gentlemen, for some reason, Coconut Head is a bastard. Okay, shout out to Shay. And Gracious Greatness and a few other guys that they were always here. Shout out to Bio, Adewale. But man, we need to step our game up. It's obvious. It's so obvious. Hold on, no. What is going on? I hope I'm not frozen. Hold on. Okay. I don't think I am. Hold on 1 second. I see the person that came to the chat. I'll come to you soon. Give me 1 second. There's something I'm trying to pull up here. Okay, there you have it. All right, so to that he said that's your opinion. Is he just having his opinion, or is about to be silenced? What is going on here? Opinion, or is about to be silenced? Is that what's going on here right now? Let me see who is here with me. Okay, Shay, I'll come to you soon, brother. Let's go.
The eyes of beauty is in the eyes of the beholder.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder.
Listen, you're about to spark me up. You're telling me that you think that Keke Palmer was not wanted and she's not attractive. I just want you to repeat that. Is that what you're telling me?
Okay, let me word it in a way that
he at that moment he messed up. Okay, there is an echo chamber online where they all get to say, yeah, she's not fine anyway, which is kind of weird. That men will gather around and start saying something is not fine when the whole world says something different. Like listen, there are people that are challenged from a look wise. Okay, let's be honest. I just said let's be honest. God help me, okay? There are people that if you ask 9 out of 10 people, they will say, this person, say, they can use a little bit more, facelift here and there, right? Keke Palmer, most 9 out of 10 people would disagree with you. And when we have someone like Keke Palmer, there are actually echo chambers online where men will actually gather and agree that just because she dressed like that, that equates to, oh, no, slow down. There are actually platforms with millions upon millions of subscribers where men gathered to say black women are ugly. Are you aware of that? Oh yeah, I know it's sad, but it's true. They exist. You tell me black women are ugly. You lose credibility in that moment because I can't even comprehend what you just said. Okay? I can't. Okay? When I know white boys that love the brown sugar, in fact, they will buy on behalf of the brown sugar, right? The only thing that reeks is self-hate. That's really where we're going with this, okay? Self-hate, nothing else, okay?
If you suit your channel, let me.
No, hold on.
To me, are you saying to me? Are you saying to me? Are you saying to me? Are you saying to me?
You said it to you. You said it's a general statement that she's not attractive and that people don't want her. So wait, hold on.
So nobody wanted her anyway.
That's it.
I'm gonna give you an answer. Let me give you an answer.
So once a woman is 30 plus years old and she's not married, it means nobody wants her. Just think about how myopic that idea is, right? Could make sense. There's more to what you're trying to say. You will need to tell me more if I have the patience for it. Clearly, they've run out of patience already right now. You know how long they've been listening to this? 8 minutes of hurt. You know, hurt people hurt people.
No, you don't have to me. Just say yes or no.
But nobody wants her?
Yes.
Is
that what you believe?
That's what I believe. Exactly. That's what.
No, Ekene, I'm gonna have to drop you for a second. Because you're gonna frustrate the heck out of me.
He got
There's
kicked
no
out.
way we're gonna have a conversation when we're starting on the basis that you think that she's not attractive. Get the frick out of here. Because that's telling me no. Ekene, stop that nonsense. Stop that. I'm sorry, I'll let you go on, man.
But can I say something?
Absolute nonsense. What was that?
Can I say something really quick?
Someone was next after him.
No man wanted her. Where did that come from? Did I miss any part of the conversations? Maybe somebody can tell me. I dropped the link now. Okay. Some of you ladies that probably watched the whole thing, maybe you can tell me. So overly concerned. I'm coming to you, Shay. Overly concerned, especially when those women not checking for them anyway. Yeah. It's obsession, and you know, it's I see the rest of the other conversation that seems to be about we're concerned about the community, but sideways. I look at you sideways when you say that. Like, you're concerned about the community, huh? Okay, all right, I believe you. But you're gonna have to tell me more about why you're so concerned about the community. You're telling them that, hey, I'm trying to help you, but you go collect. But you keep coming back to say this. Why are you so concerned? You're giving me water to drink. I didn't ask you for the water. At some point, I might be like, why? Hold on, let's finish.
Who was someone was next after. That's what I'm gonna name. I don't know who was next after him. Okay, Tola, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Go for it, 'cause you hear me? Yes, go for it.
So I'm going to just make some quick stuff because I just jumped into the chat. So firstly, in terms of what Ekene was talking about and you put in the
yeah, that was it. There's this last one.
And that's the only reason why Ekene, I know you're back there so you can hear me. That's the reason why I had to just cut it off, right? Because it was starting to go somewhere and I don't like where it's going. And I want to make it very, very clear, like, as a platform, I support both men and women on everything, right? And you can disagree and agree.
So that's the question I have. Was he silenced? Or they just didn't like his opinion? It was too much. Was he silenced? Just like he was silenced indirectly here. I just asked him for an apology and then he disappeared, right? Was he silenced or this is social awkwardness? Which one is it? That's my main question today.
Agree all day for all I care. What I don't like is when we start forming some certain rhetorics that can get very dangerous and tricky. And so, for instance, I don't mind. Mandem, you know, we always have our chats. Come in, you disagree, say what you got to say. There's a certain rhetoric that I'm starting to hear that I don't like. And when it gets to that space, it's very dangerous. So I like to nip stuff in the bud before it gets anywhere. We had 5 hours yesterday. That's the reason why I was so, like, cut it off at the point. So that's the reason why I'm saying that. So Kenny, it's nothing personal, but I want to let you know it's personal because I don't like that. My platform, I protect it, and I protect the people that are in it. That's men and women, and some rhetorics.
So how do you expect that nobody wanted her anyway, and some of these ladies will not take it personal? Oh, but I wasn't talking to you. I'm just talking about.
Very dangerous when it's getting to there. And that chat about she's not pretty and it makes you know what you're saying. It was not personal. You said it as a general, and I knew that because I can see where you're coming from and I know where it's coming from. That's the reason why I've chopped you off.
We can see where you're coming from. There's just some kind of rhetoric that no, you're not going to be allowed to talk for much longer. You will be shut down all the time. either you're a Manita or you are ABC Bishop Ekene, you will continue to get shut down. Let me tell you, if you create your own echo chamber and you grow so big, you become Andrew Tate, you'll be shut down too. You'll be silenced. I mean, are you not paying attention? This is consistent. I mean, just look around you. You can see this. People are getting silenced. Even if you become toxic, they will just silence you. They'll say, oh, what would YouTube say? YouTube say, well, it's against our guidelines. Specifically what? We don't owe you a shalaye, your father. We don't owe you a shalaye. It's whatever you said was against our guidelines.
Your daddy. Your daddy.
Have you not seen that happen a few times on this internet? Oh, they just don't want men to talk. Really, that's the best you can come up with? It's not working. The bottom line, we can all agree it's not working. It's not working. Okay? Yes, there are some ladies that have their own echo chamber. They say black baby should be deleted. Oh, so we should start competing with that lunatic. And then you say, man, are you sure you are man? Because we have a problem. This is a serious problem, right? This is a serious problem. And we need to start having this conversation anyway. And I'm glad that he shut it down, because in this respect, he was better than me. I didn't catch him. Other people caught him when he did that here. But he caught him right away and he dismissed him.
I know that it's not just that comment. I know where that line of thought is coming from, and I want to kill it before we even get there.
Destroy it.
Because you had a whole time for the mic. You had 2-3 minutes. You could have spoken about what he did was wrong.
8 minutes.
But all you could find was Keke's
8
wrong again.
minutes.
You had 5 hours with me yesterday, and we back here again.
And plus the 5 hours the previous day.
I saw this yesterday. So for me, I'm not about a life. Now, audience, thank you so much. Listen, Angelina, Analyst, Ai, Carletta, Grace. By the way, Grace, your voice really big. I can't lie to you. Calm me down a little bit. Tola as well. Appreciate it. Appreciate a lot of people coming through. You know what I mean? Like, yo.
All right. So shout out to Little Black Book for the content. Okay. I want to get into the discussion. I have 2 people back here in the studio. I definitely want to get into this discussion. So we did here. What did Mama Peace say? What did Mama Peace say when you don't know how to talk?
Will you keep quiet?
Yeah. All right, so I got 2 people in the studio. I'll be right back. All right, I have Sheyi, I have Natu. How na day? Sheyi, how far now? Let me go to Sheyi first. Sheyi, what's up?
Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry, I don't want to talk first. I want Natu to talk first.
Okay.
I will not be kicked out.
Why? Why?
No worry. It's a trialogue. We can just talk. Let's just have this conversation, okay?
Yeah, for now.
I'm very well. Thank you very much. How about your family?
I am well. Can't complain.
Okay. All right.
Yay, that's what I'm talking about. Natu, what do you want to get at first? Ladies first. Let's do that.
I said, Ekene has resentment towards women. If you remember, there was a time he spoke about his mom. Mm-hmm. Like the way he spoke about his mom, right?
Remind me, what did he say back then? Remind me.
He was talking about how his mom.
You sound echoey. Make sure your phone is close to you. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
How about now?
Yeah, but come closer to the phone.
How about now?
Okay, better.
So he has a resentment towards women. He spoke negatively about his mom, and I'm trying to remember the words that he used, but he was saying stuff about like she not being submissive, all these women that want to do this, want to do that. And in my mind, I'm like, bro, that's your mom. So, but him making that statement that day made me to realize, made me to understand where he's coming from. Do you understand? So he has
So you
mommy
think it's
issues.
stemming from mommy issues?
Yes, he has mommy issues. He does have
Hmm.
mommy. Let me tell you, this thing that Ekene is doing, we're not praying it be the same, but it might come off the same way if your little daughter gets married and start resenting men because of what her dad did to her mom. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
Right.
Hold on 1 second. You move just J here. Is that you? Just J. And why are you using strange names? Your name is Jolasun. But continue, Jare. You made a statement just now. Can you repeat that statement?
What? That I say he has mommy issues?
Yeah, but you were saying something after that. You were elaborating on that.
Yeah, I said it will be the same if your little daughter resents men tomorrow because of what her dad did to her mom. Because she made a post, yeah, I think a couple of days, and to be shared it today, that she said men will show you shege, women will show you shege, something like that.
Oh,
You
yeah.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I mean, we have to give it to him. It's consistent anyway, at least.
I hate you.
Seriously, I mean, he is consistent, which is why he's generating the same results.
Yeah, so he can't even hide that. And that's why nobody wants to believe that he's married. Like you can't be having a woman under your roof and say that about women. You understand what I'm saying? Even if you
Yeah.
feel that about Keke Palmer, that woman that you're married to, that you feel she's beautiful, somebody's seeing her and raising his nose to. So, and then him coming to make those statements about her was like too extreme. That's what I'm saying? Like nobody wanted her. How did you know that?
Yeah, like the way that came out, I felt like maybe there was a conversation that I missed or something.
Bro,
Because it came out of nowhere. Like
I was thinking he toasted her and she said no. At some point, that was what I was feeling.
yeah, like nobody wanted that. Wait. Where'd that come from?
What did that mean?
What happened? Kilagbe. Why are we
Yeah.
talking about nobody wanted her? We were talking about her dress. I don't like the dress. For her, it's like celebrities do that. Beyonce does that. It's like
Right.
my wife wouldn't dress up like that to go to a concert.
Yeah.
End of story. I'm not concerned about what Keke Palmer wears. Now, when the husband comes out to make such misguided noise, it's like, oh, it's like boyfriend. It's like, no wonder. It looks like there's some kind of friction going on in that relationship. She probably doesn't care right now. Anyway.
Don't care.
But people like him just make this whole big deal out of it. Like, Keke Palmer is somebody's sister. Like, listen, I don't have anybody in my corner that would dress like that to a concert when they have a significant other. I just don't. But I see it on TV from time to time, in magazines, online, on Instagram, right? We see that, right? But we also understand that, like for example, even footballers, there's a way that they put curly hair. They put, like, forever they've been doing that. They will put colors in their hair because they are rock stars. So they do eccentric things, right? We understand it's TV. We don't overreact to that, right? But these days, it's like everybody wants to overreact to anything they see on TV. Like, the average person is not in Usher's circle or Keke Palmer.
And then him even talking about morals. I'm like, what do you call morals? Like, you guys she got pregnant like out of wedlock. So what part of morals are we talking about?
Right. So they always make a case. To be fair, they always make a case for Shay. You can chime in anytime. They always make a case for our society is being influenced by these people, and people's behavior is showing up in relationship, in marriages. People don't care anymore, which we acknowledge that sometimes you just get in a place where you don't care, right? So what do you have to say about that, Natu? Do you think these people are influencers, and yes, they have the power to influence our society, including our wives?
Yes, they're influencers. Yes, they have that power to influence society because, believe it or not, there are people that look up to these people. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they might be like, oh, this person wore this clothes and it looked good on her. I think we have like the same body type. I'm going to try it. And all those stuff. So, yes, they have the power to influence people. That's why people hold them accountable when they do something wrong. Like, people hold them like,
Right. So they're held to a higher standard. Anyway.
Right. So, yes, they can. Let me tell you, I saw a video clip today that somebody was saying that the interview that Steph Curry's mom had with Jada Pinkett Smith was what encouraged her to kind of like step out on her husband, blah 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 blah. Because there are some like
Who encouraged who? Jada Pinkett encouraged
encourage,
Keke.
according to the clip. No. I'm just going out of context. Like
Okay.
Jada Pinkett encouraged Steph Curry's mom.
Oh, okay,
According
Steph
to the
Curry.
clip that it was on the
Steph
blog.
Curry's mom or wife?
Mom.
Oh, the mom stepped out on the husband?
Yeah, on his dad when they were having issues. But
Oh.
what people don't understand, right? Like we always say it on this channel, before you see somebody stepped out, like the marriage must have been dead like long time.
It's dead.
Yeah, like it didn't just happen overnight.
But not to, would you keep the same energy with men? If men step out of their marriage, do you think the marriage has been dead?
Yes. No. On men is not.
It's a little different.
It's a little different. No.
Yeah, but anyway, that's a different topic. But typically when a woman steps out on a marriage, it was dead. If you didn't pay attention, you didn't pay attention, but it probably was dead. Typically, not all the time, but typically. Shay, talk to me now. What's going on here? Shay said he doesn't want to get kicked out, so gentle and straight.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. What's up?
I'm very well. I
Yes,
just want
sir.
to get the context to what we're discussing today. You know, because I've heard so many things.
Right.
I saw at the Keke story. I read the Keke story. I've also heard Ekene. You know, but let me start with Ekene. Some of the things he said were right. I think the only thing I disagree with, or maybe one or two things I disagreed, was, for instance, where he said Keke is not attractive. I don't think so. She's an actor. She's well-to-do. I mean, she has money. She probably has influence too across board. So I disagree with that. I mean, if I walk up to this kind of, and she's young, So, so another point again you made when you were talking,
right?
You said something about the red pill, community believe that, you marry a young girl, she's submissive, she's agreeable.
Right.
It's not just marrying a young girl. I don't think it's about because later, I also observe through experience that it's just not being about young or being about old. It's about your life experiences as a woman.
Right.
Now, take for instance, there's this girl I wanted to date sometimes last year. Well, I tried to ask her out and I was being very direct as to what I wanted. And so when I was asking her out, I started conversation. Normally, when I open a conversation liner with somebody, I ask about your career, your work, your family. So when I centered around family, I discovered she was resistant. And this girl, supposedly, I heard she's a virgin. Somebody was telling me she's a virgin, blah, blah, blah. That she said she's a virgin. She's old, she's in her mid-30s, maybe late 30s.
Okay.
So what I discovered later, I just left her because I discovered we didn't vibe. So what I discovered about later was that she had a very broken home. The dad and mom had left her. So in that case, it was not about age. I also take you, to at least girls that have dated, girls that have tried to date or that have dated who are in their early 30s, who I'll say maybe their late 20s, and when I start conversation and they say, oh, they don't like their father, blah, 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 blah. I'll say, why don't you love your father? So it's too rigid, blah, 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 blah. In my mind, I say, if you don't love your father, how much more can you love me as a man in your life? So you see, this thing is not about, sometimes it's not about age per se, but here's the reason why Kevin Samuels say it's about age. I'll give you an example. A girl that has gone through multiple relationships, who has maybe started dating, maybe she was not serious when she was in her teens.
Right.
You're right. She started dating when she was maybe 21. She had potentially she had abortion at the age of 24 or maybe 22.
Right.
And she keeps dating all kinds of guys, you know.
Yeah.
She doesn't set standards, you know, she doesn't have her own standard, or maybe she doesn't have self-respect. And that's what is happening to, let me digress a bit back to Keke. Keke in this case.
Keke be Kiki.
Kiki, sorry. Kiki.
Okay.
In this case, just because you feel that maybe somebody cheated, maybe the husband was not serious, doesn't mean you should lose your self-worth or your self-value or your self-respect by going up and, you know, dressing half naked or dressing nude. It doesn't mean that you should lose your head. It reminds me of my mathematics teacher about 25 years ago. A lady, she said, where everybody is losing their head, you shouldn't lose your head. So if at all you believe that you have self-respect and self-awareness, then there's no point, and morals, there's no point dressing up in that way. And you know, you will become more attractive to men if you tend to, right? If you tend to dress very well and dress respectful, men might even want you more, you understand, and find you attractive than what you've just done. So going back to what Kevin Samuel said about young girls,
right?
You know, and it's not
the agreeable thing, right? Being agreeable
is that sometimes older women come with a lot of baggages, a lot of, you know, hurts. And I've seen it before. I tried to date older women, and they would bring up the issue. There was one lady that almost got me into trouble, as in some 2 months ago. I don't want to just give you the details because it's too.
No, keep it general. Keep it general.
Yeah, you know. So she just like, I'm like, she's like 42. I'm like, in my mind, I'm saying, this girl is I'm supposed to be able to date this girl because I found her attractive, right? But when I started talking to her about some of the things she was doing, you know, I was even talking to her, like, how many kids do you want to have? Jokingly, she said kids. She just looked at me like, and this is a black lady.
Right.
I'm like, what's wrong with this girl? You know, so the baggages that some or most older women come with, some men can't deal with it. So it's not just about, wait now, it's not, if it's not true, just come online. It's not just about the age.
All right.
Yeah, it's not about the age. Sometimes it's life experiences, their exposure. So, okay, so take it this way. It's also a man that maybe has been hurt before, or maybe has been traumatized before.
Right.
It's very difficult for that man to easily heal. It's not like somebody who is a woman who has been raped great before. The scar is there. So it's the multiple scars, and you have to deal with those multiple scars that she's had over the years. She has seen it all. She has seen different kinds of men. She has seen men who are toxic. She has seen men who are not toxic. She has seen different kinds of, you know, witty men. She's deceitful men, and then you have to deal with that as a man. So that's why supposedly younger girls who don't have a lot of dating experiences, younger in the sense of, maybe I'm talking about between the ages of 21 and 29.
Right.
You know, 21 and 29. You know, it is not all young girls. Some young girls have started misbehaving since 16. They've spotted themselves, they've destroyed their life, they have had like 3 abortions. So it's not all young girls.
So here's what I'll say. First of all, just use the A word so we can keep the video clean instead of the baby, or use baby deletion, right?
Baby deletion, sorry.
Yeah. Couple of things you said, right? A couple of things you said. But let me T-Love. What's up, T-Love? Unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hello, T-Love. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
You said this guy is talking from 2 sides of his mouth. What do you mean?
Okay, so I was hearing what he was saying. So what I meant was, on one side, is saying about his relationship from the past, about how this person is, I don't know how it relates to the conversation, but how the person is not experienced. On the other side is also talking about feeling their experience and how things are like, it doesn't make sense. He's generalizing a lot of things. I just missed the point because I was I just came home. But basically, what I'm saying is, he's talking on both sides, but it doesn't make sense in the sense that he's saying, men, that women, the way Keke is or something like that, how people that are exploring, or I miss some parts, how people that are exploring on one side that, oh, men are not attracted to that. But you should also understand that someone needs to attract one person. You don't have to attract the whole men. Like, everyone has their own, like, what they want and all that. So generalizing it that, oh, like, someone cannot be for everyone. People have their own situation in life. So, like, we all have different experiences. So if it's something you want, make it that. Like, don't generalize it on two sides and generalize it to the point that, oh, that this side is not good, that side is not good, and just make a point of what exactly. I don't know if this is making sense. Like, what exactly
Let me do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying. I'm still going to bring you back, right? Thanks for clarifying. So from what Shay is saying, right? One of the first things he says that just because someone is cheating doesn't mean you should lose your head. That is correct. Just like many statements that we make in these conversations, it is correct. The application is where things go wrong, right? The fact that we generally love a person to be agreeable is correct. The fact that the younger you are as a human being, not just women, as a human being, the younger you are, in this respect, probably the more agreeable you are. The older you get set in your ways, right? And then, you question things. That's what people call not agreeable, right? You question things before you question, and you test every spirit. And that's what people mean by not agreeable. I personally think it's a mute point when we're having these relationship conversations, because it's true across the board, basically, right? So then also dressing, how she dressed, goes back to morals, goes back to what is our actual standards, right? Adewale said here, Keke has always dressed that way though. Trying to change her or any human being never works, right? So again, just like I said that when Ekene, I was playing that video back, that he's not wrong on the surface. It's applications that it becomes issues, because this is how you behave. You look at strangers and you make absolute assertions about the situation.
Conclusions.
This is how you behave in other areas of life. It's a testament to how closed-minded a person is, and it just doesn't work when it comes to interpersonal relationships. You cannot afford to be closed-minded, because you might be operating from your own blind spot. That's to what Shay said. So I already agree. Did I address everything right, Shay?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not a disagreement with your point, but in application, it has to be a little bit more flexible.
Here's the thing: what T-Love said. T-Love said that that I generalized. I'm sharing, but I said some. If you listen to me very well, I said some, and I cited examples. I'm not just speaking it out of the air. When I speak with examples. What I have done. Right. I try to date.
No. To be fair to you, you did that, right? To be fair to you, you did that. But the example you gave of that young lady who said she doesn't like her father, right? First of all, you might be accurate. You might not need to mess with that person. Let's just first of all put that to the side.
I was gonna say something about that too.
Okay.
Right? So let's put that to the side. You might be accurate. You said something about somebody else. You just weren't feeling the vibes. I think it always comes down to the vibes. If you're not feeling vibes, you do everybody a favor. Dismiss people, let them go. I think your vibe is telling you something, right? But if it's somebody that you are feeling them and they say something like that, right? There's a chance.
Deeper.
Yeah, there's a chance that you will give them grace anyway. But I want you to do it from a more intentional standpoint where you're like, what do you mean? Give me an example. She needs to give you an example. Well, that's why you don't like your dad. But in general, if somebody outrightly say most girls love their dad, even if their dad is a APC Bishop Ekene, okay. so if a girl outrightly say I don't like my dad, I do think that's, to me, I wouldn't like, if I'm thinking marriage, I'm not messing with that until I get some context. I'm not moving forward with that, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I will say to that. So to be fair to you, you did give some examples, but just because you give examples does not mean you didn't generalize. Just because you said some does not mean we don't detect that there's generalizations in it. I just want you to be aware of that.
And okay, so when we're talking about generalization now, in what context do we say that, oh, this is not a generalization? You can take 10 women because me, it's based on my own experience.
If you have data,
I've tried to date a couple of women who I feel that, okay, this particular woman.
You know how many million women we have, Sherry?
No.
That's true, yeah.
I know, but you see, a sample size. What I'm using is sample size. Sample size of my experience. Sample size of my experience in the sense that...
No, go ahead and still share it. Go ahead, yeah.
I've had a conversation with a woman. I want to open up a relationship. I want to have that conversation. What do we do? How do you, just ask those questions about her personality, what she likes, her background, the kind of marriage she was involved in, and then from there I begin to see red flag of her past relationship, of her potentially toxic nature, right? So I know that this is not good. It's not a good deal for me. This is not a good deal. Let me check out of here. And I check out.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that, man. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. Yeah. But I cannot, maybe I said some. So the definition of some.
Yeah, some the whole thing about social awareness is that we're able to read behind the words. It's not the words. That's why when people go out and pull out dictionary meanings, I'm like, bro, I don't care about your dictionary meaning. I'm having an opinion about the vibes that I feel from what you're trying to say. That's why when people say, who hurt you? That's why people say, well, this one doesn't like his mother. That's why the words are absolutely right. Like, for example, what threw us off was the extreme. And it came from the obsession of trying to be right. Because he went and said, nobody wanted her anyway. That's when it gets to the extreme. But from the first second, we can tell that we can feel it already. We were just being nice. I mean, Kojo was being nice by saying, let him go for a while. 8 minutes.
MOP,
yeah.
You agree with me that older women tend to experience a lot of trauma.
It's not just older women.
No,
it's older people, period. The older you get, the more experience you gather, right?
Okay,
it just makes sense, right?
Mr. Yes, where I disagree with you.
Man of Prestige, can I say something?
Hold on one second. I'm coming. I'll come right to you.
No problem.
I got you.
The way we react to rejection, to emotional issues is quite different from the way women do.
That's true.
Because we're wired differently.
I'm going somewhere with that.
Okay.
With that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Even though we date 10 women and they disappoint us, look at me. Look at my own story. I had my own story, but I'm still dating a woman, right? But
I hope so.
I'm still dating women. I'm still trying to. I'm still trying to date. I'm still trying to, whether serious or unserious. At least I've not, closed the door because I know that once in a while I have needs. So what I'm saying is that the way we deal with stuff is quite different from the way women deal with stuff. If you see a man with a lot of baggages at age 50, he's either experienced, matured, intelligent, and he has it all. But for a woman,
that's a generalized statement right there.
Well, it's
generalized.
And it's fair. Wait, everybody, one mic. It's fair. It's not wrong. I want you to understand that generalization is not necessarily wrong. It's just when it's applied to certain or trying to make a point, we might push back and say, no, you're generalizing, right? So is it when you say men, when they get to 50 and they've had experience, like if I'm interested in the conversation, I might ask you, what do you mean, right? Because you're generalizing. It's not wrong, but I'm assuming that you're generalizing and you're digging deeper and you're going to tell me more, right? Because
Yes.
there are absolutely 65 years old men on this YouTube streets that are moving mad. Have you not seen them?
Voila there.
Well,
Ekene.
yes. Yes, it depends. It depends.
So if that has been my experience, you can imagine why I will.
Mr. Nebo, Mr. Ola, the reason why I will say that is because everybody's experience is different. We've seen men who have strived, who have worked hard so much, and that everything, they got married and everything went off in flames.
Yeah.
Like the woman sold the house, the woman started carrying women up and down, all of these stories. It's very, very difficult for the man to heal or to say, okay, he's going to easily heal. My own case wasn't like that. So it's a case by case basis, and it would be bad for me to generalize, like you said.
It's a case by case, exactly.
However, a woman naturally will say, man, women are too emotional. And it's okay to be emotional because that's how they are created, right? But you see, the thing is, that's why you, as a man, you have to be intelligent enough to say, which kind of woman do I want to deal with? Do I want to deal with a 35-year-old woman who has been jilted, who has committed abortion, had abortion several times,
you know,
run through several times?
Can you not say that word, please?
Let's do it like this. I want to go one by one, okay? And Shay, hang out. No longer than 3 minutes per submission, and then we can always go around. But let me just say this before I go to. Let me say this before I go to honey bait, right? The generalization, we're calling it out because people are using it to hurt themselves. Okay, everything in life is a double-edged sword. There's a good side to it, there's a bad side to it. Everything in life is yin yang, right? Everything in life. Okay, generalization, we can use it to make a point. We can use it to say, oh, generally speaking, men, women, and then in 2023 now, we can say women are more emotionally expressive. We're all emotional. Men will talk their emotions in, and then it blows up in their face eventually because they're emotional. Anyway, please mute your mic. Not to, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So generalization, like I said earlier, is not what is wrong. It's the application of it. It's a double-edged sword. It depends on how you use it, and we're finding that because of the of social media, and anyone can literally grab a mic and start talking, and then most generalization are coming. The loudest ones are coming from a place of pain and hurt, and most people are also running. Most people that are hurt, they're running to the social media, so they are creating a lot of echo chambers, and then it's going viral, and then hurt people. And that's what we're saying. And that's why you might see more and more pushing against it. Not because it's wrong, it's because we need more context, right? We need more examples. And what we find is that people, as we do that, as we push against it, the goalpost is moving too. People will say, but I said some. Or they might say 90%. I'm like, just because you said some or 90% doesn't mean you're still not wrong. We're reading the spirit behind what you said, and it was still generalized. So if you're looking for a wife, right? If your preference is within the range of 35, if the reason is because you think they have too much trauma, the devil is going to get you easily, because there are 21, 22-year-old. The blind spot is going to get bigger for you in that arena. And that's why we're pushing, like, you don't want to do that. There are you're going to find, there are people finding partners at any age. Okay. If you're just, the idea that you would just take one group of people based on their age and say these people must have this negative thing to it is given when it comes to mindset, right? Because the truth is that there's only so many people around you in your circles. When we're bringing it down to this level, there's no need to generalize. It's case by case by case. There are, in general, human beings, the older you get, the more experience you have. The experience, just like generalization, is a double-edged sword. For some people, it wreaks trauma, right? For some people, they get wiser, right? The people that get wiser is because they self-reflect. It's because you will notice that they tend to not point fingers. The idea of pointing fingers at any group of people, right? The same thing you see. Somebody say, is this ADOS people? Is this African people? Is all these women? When people start to do that, right? It doesn't create any good results. Particularly for you who is doing it. Because me, I'm okay. Not you in person, right? I'm talking about any individual who tend to do that, right? It's a case by case by case. The only healthy thing we can do with generalization is actual data, and we can read the data, we can discuss it, and we can now talk about all the different nuances and interpret it from multiple perspectives and not one person's perspective. But I'm sure you will have some things to say about that, Shay. But before I come back to you, let me go to Honey Bay first. Honey Bay, talk to me.
Good morning from London. Are you okay?
I know it's late in London.
I'm still up actually. Yeah,
how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I just found in to basically respond to what Shay said. See, the thing is, everybody. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody is unique. From the time that you're born until the time you grow up to get to a certain age and pass, you build up experiences. Do you understand? Right. So whether you're a man or a woman, you're gonna have experiences, and part of the experiences will be either positive or negative. As Man of Prestige said, there'll be some experience where you reflect on yourself and you gain wisdom, maybe from a relationship. So the next relationship, you have more wisdom. There'll be some situations where, for another person, they've got trauma and are unable to deal with it. But you can't generalize and say just women. My ex-husband, to today, he said he will never marry again. That he's traumatized. I didn't do anything to him. I just decided I was not interested in the marriage. Yet me, I have moved on to another relationship.
Wait.
So who has the trauma?
Onibe, hold on. Let's come on now. You pull the rug from under him. That's not enough doing anything to him.
Listen, okay, fine. But I'm just trying to say that.
Come on. That's come on, man. Like, that's gotta do a little bit of ding on him. A little bit, maybe.
As funny as I am, there's other women out there. I do not believe that I'm irreplaceable. There's women out there. So me, I don't understand the trauma.
Wait. This is why she is like you see he wants you and you're talking about all these other women out there. Okay, continue. I know what you're saying, but
what I'm trying to say is that everyone has different experiences, whether you're a man or a woman. I have met many men and women younger that have trauma, and I've met many men and women older that brushed off, moved on. You understand? So I think we should be very careful pitting one gender against each other.
That's what we're all trying to do, right? Because think about it like this, right? If a child start walking at 8 months, that's normal. We don't think much about it. It's about time, right? But when that child tries to walk at 11 months or 13 months and they fall on their bum a few more times because something is wrong with the legs, right? It starts to create trauma. And then now they start to have fear. If that child is not walking by 24 months, you're going to need some form of therapy. They're going to need some type of help, right?
Of course,
right, because you're right, it's not exactly age, but it's time and experience, painful experience. They don't want to, or they touch their hands with fire, right, and it burns, right? Some knows not to go there again, believe it or not. Some now wants to experiment more with it, or build some kind of there's some kind of resistance ability that they now have, right? So for how everybody interprets that is different. But what Sheyi is talking about, the reason why I say it's correct is because it's just a natural phenomenon. It's the application to 35-year-old and older women that I said is wrong, right? Because it's all double-edged sword. Because people can go through therapy, like I just said with the child, and they can learn and they can be better. And you never know, you might be missing out on that kind of situation because you've casted this generalized view on anybody who is 31 and above. I do say when people are 31 and above, they're not married, that can be a red flag. That's something to pay attention. You should ask, what have you been doing? You should know. They can't just be floating around this world all along, right? But the point in that is to get to know them. There's probably more to their story. But when you see it as negative, just outrightly negative, I think you shut your brain off and you might be shutting off blessings in that respect too. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, can I respond?
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
When she's done, yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying, Shay, but I just think that we should not be pitting gender against gender, because every single person, all fingers are not the same. Everyone is different. In your own experience, in your own sphere of your experience, maybe for you. But for someone else, it's different. I really don't like this generalization. And I think it's very, very dangerous. I think that every person is different. Everyone has different experiences. That's all I wanted to say. I'll let you continue, Shay.
All right, Shay, give me a 30-second response so I can go to Just Jay.
So if you look at what I said initially versus what I said during when I was having that conversation, I made mention of, yes, we had instances where you have younger girls who are traumatized. I mean, 16 years old who had started doing abortion. So the experience varies, right?
Bro, we need a super chat from you. This A word is gonna, if they flag our video, you have to give us super chat.
Yeah, don't use the A word.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Baby deletion.
Child deletion.
Yeah.
Child deletion. So coming back to, and I'm not pitching men against women. Because it's something. I'm talking from personal experiences and what I have seen. My own personal experiences of life. I try to use it to back up my points. I'm here to see a girl who proved me wrong. A girl who is 40, 35, prove me wrong and say, or maybe she's not traumatized. I'm here to see it.
All right, so that right there, right? That's an example
of them. So you found one. Me, I'm one of them. Me, I don't have trauma.
Even wait, right? What you just said, right, is an example of what we're saying. There's not much we can do with it because we know for a fact that you haven't seen that many women in general, right, to be able to make such an assertive statement, right? So we know that for a fact, right? So it makes us, the best we can do with that is like, he's obsessed with the A word. Then you open yourself up to be judged and say there's something, because you said it yourself too, right? But the only thing we can say is that the people around you, what kind of village did you come from? That's all we can say about that, right? Because the reality is that when we're bringing the baby deletion A word into it, there's absolutely no reason to bring it into a conversation unless somebody told you outrightly, I've done it, right? Or you know as a doctor that they've done it, right? There's no need to bring it into conversations about relationship at any age.
Hold on 1 second. So why do you feel that it's only the people that have been involved with the A word that will not be able to have kids in the future? That's the only thing.
No, even that.
Is that question to me? Sorry.
Yeah, it's to Shay.
Okay, so I only use the A word as an example. There are other rates of trauma. Trauma in the sense that a lady might have been with a guy for 7 years, and there was a promise of marriage, and at the end of the day, they didn't marry. That could mean a lot of trauma for a woman. So I only use the word A word as an example.
Yeah, trauma is a given. It's another given, right?
Right. Okay, so let me tell you why this got me like a little bit triggered, right? Last year, one of my friends invited me to a concert, and then we went, and then we were talking about, all of us were ladies, so we're talking about kids. And I was like lamenting really because I was a TTC. And the lady kept looking at me and was wondering why I was complaining too much because I had chances. And she was telling me how a guy broke up with her because she told him she would not be able to have kids, and he didn't ask her for the question. What was the reason? Because she had to have her womb removed because she had fibroids all over the place and there's no way they could take it out. And she was bleeding heavily every month and she was becoming anemic and they had to take that out. So there are times that women might not want to go into details on some personal stuff.
Let me
and
say
you don't
this,
just want a
not
job.
because I don't want to trigger too much in that direction, right? The main point here is that there's too many variables to make that a point. That's why it goes back to muting the point. When you go in the extreme of all examples, when we need to start talking about how do you get to know a young lady, how do you get to know a young man, if you're trying to do marriage, we need to stay in that zone. Too many people are going in the direction of the possible extremes, the highly unlikely extremes, but possible extremes, right? And what we do when we do that is we shoot ourselves on the legs because we're emotional beings, right? We steal from ourselves by doing that, right? Because the truth is that the truth, even on data, is that it's highly unlikely that you will experience these extremes, even if you date a woman who is 35, 45. It's like, is this like, let me tell you something, is again just further questions. It is okay to say I don't want to deal with that, and then we are in a generation where we talk too much. We need to manage how we talk. Not everything is meant to be said, right?
Correct.
When we talk about this baby deletion thing, the only time it should ever come into a conversation, I know we have data. That's one of the things that Ekene was doing on that platform. The black women are doing this. There was some guys having that conversation yesterday. Black women doing it the most. The percentage of black women that do it is much more than white people. Like, why are you having this conversation in the same breath of you want to get to know a young lady? You're shooting yourself on the legs because you're a human being. You're creating fear. You're expanding it. What you focus on expands. So even if it doesn't happen to you physically, you will continue to have the fear of it, and it will destroy your chances.
Like you say all the time, Ola, what do you fear the most? You attract what you fear.
You
the
will
most.
attract it. They say, oh, that is going to happen to me. No, all it needs to do is occupy your mind, and it takes over your reality. And that's why I said the baby deletion thing, or like the word trauma is traumatic to people. It's actually triggering to people, right? But what it means is that
isn't growing up African traumatic too?
You said what?
Growing up African, growing up a Nigerian, isn't that traumatic too?
That's what I'm saying. Like the trauma itself is a given when you are having experience in life. From a actual meaning standpoint, you go through pain, you get hurt, you're traumatized, and then you pivot. It depends on what you do with that experience over time. So when you're trying to do something good, it's like, why are we bringing that up? Unless it actually came up, or somebody say I need help or something like, and then you address it from a standpoint of, okay, somebody has an issue, we need to address it, right? But when it comes up, it's usually to try to shame a group of people into submission. Correct. It doesn't work. It's the best. I'm the one that will benefit the most from that conversation because I'm running a platform. You're not going to benefit from that conversation. The person you're talking to, if they've experienced that, let's say they've deleted babies, they are now triggered. You didn't really create a good experience being around them. If they have never done that before, they are triggered for other people. They are wondering, why are you talking about that? Why are you looking at me? Do I look like that kind of girl? It's like you bring in all this energy when it wasn't present in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So again, you see this conversation going all kind of left and right. That's what it does. It just makes us, it triggers people, it throws us all over the place, when really what people should talk about is like, this is what I went through, and this is the answer I'm looking for. Hold on, Natu. Let me make sure I get to Just Jay before we go back in circles again. Just Jay, are you there?
Hey, hola.
Hey, lady. How you doing? Is that you?
Okay.
Is that
yes,
you with the name?
It is. I was cracking up laughing. I was like, why he going off on me right quick?
I'm like, whose name is that? That's not Kemi. That's not Jelason. What's that?
That is, are you a muse?
Are you a muse? What is a muse?
A muse is something, is typically like the Greek goddesses and stuff like that, where you find inspiration from, and you glean inspiration and creativity and stuff from. So yeah, the world is my muse, but you know me, I'm poetic sometimes.
Lovely. I love it. I love it.
So as far as this conversation, right?
Yes,
it's you know, when we get into the generalizations, this is where we find the circle jerk, right? This is where we start projecting and giving a lot of.
Let's do a quick estimation.
Sure.
How long have we been doing this conversation? You and I.
Yeah, that's why I put in the chat. You know that we already know how this go with the people care about the community and stuff. We've been doing this. It's been over a year. It's been over a year for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
Go ahead.
so you know how the circle jerk goes. But with this whole thing, with the whole Keke stuff, right? She's been in the industry since a child, as we already know. From what I've seen with Keke has been unproblematic in the industry. She has been nothing but a grinder, always working, always getting her money. And we know the fellas say, oh, the money don't matter. Okay, but now they bringing up her status when they pissed off. So it's kind of crazy. But anyway, this woman has been unproblematic. She's into fashion, and I know that doesn't matter for some people, right? I mean, I'm not necessarily saying I would have my cheeks out, you know, but depending on what type of man you have, is some men, and it's not even about control.
Have you noticed when somebody say cheeks out, it's a smile that comes on my face? I don't know why. I'm just.
I mean, it's cheeks. What can you say? I mean,
we'll continue.
It's cheeks. Okay. and so she's into fashion, and so when I had started looking at some things of hers, because she was starting a network or something. It was something of the sort. It probably was almost a year ago. I started looking at a bunch of pictures, and I saw a lot of photo shoots, and she wore a lot of eccentric clothes and things of that sort. So I kind of get it, but whether it's okay or not for some men in their household is subjective, and they deal with that accordingly, right? But aside from that, nobody was paying her no attention when she was complaining about Trey Songz using sexual intimidation against her back in 2017.
That part.
So my thing is, where is all these men with this energy, okay, about her wearing a goddamn dress when they ain't got nothing to do with this woman? They stay trying to run other men's households, and it's very fucking strange to me. Oh, I'm sorry for the F word. But at any rate, where was that energy? Nothing was done with Trey Songz until a woman of a different hue made a complaint about him. A lot of people don't even know that she had that issue. And she was speaking out and trying to talk about it. People shut her down. Aside from that, nobody has seen Keke out here in the industry in a bunch of confusion. And that's what kind of ticks me off, because for some men, specifically black men, for some black men, it is never enough. Where is some type of compliment for the fact that this woman ain't been all over the internet? She has been working since she was a child. This is the first time she has been in the limelight with social media, and it was because her man didn't know how to shut his damn mouth and deal with her when he got in the car. Now, mind you, if it was that serious, how they left the house anyway? I'm just saying, she already walked out the house. Depending on what type of man you have, if he's a solid man, some women already know, I can't even go out the house. So, so he was okay. So let me finish, sorry, because I don't want to do that. But at any rate, yeah. So also, another point I was gonna make, there were some videos when she became pregnant and stuff like that, where she had on like her little bra and panties and she was dancing and stuff. Who was making them videos? If we that concerned with her having her booty cheeks out,
that's why they demonetized my last video, because I kept playing it, and I started to wondering, why am I playing it? Am I interested in seeing it? Because I kept playing it, and then my last video he was the one that put the videos out.
Exactly, but now you're concerned about all this modesty. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, what that was rooted in, the energy it was given, was he was feeling a little intimidated as a man, and he had to flex. That's all that was to me. But you know, the type of men I enjoy, and even me, when I was married, if I was pissed off with my husband, you would never know. Now, if we get in the car, now, by the time we get in the car and nobody can't see, if I'm that pissed off, I'll say something in the car. You'll never catch me trying to say something to my person in public or trying to check them. That's not how people behave. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. And this is where a lot of people, exactly.
Yeah.
And so my thing is, if he really felt the way, the time to do that was when they got in the car or when they got home. He shot himself in the foot by putting that out on the industry, out on the social media. I mean, it's Usher. So now you definitely feeling the way because this Usher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, and and I mean, some people were shaming him for his work. I don't believe in that either because I don't believe in shaming people for honest
What does he do?
They say he was a personal trainer or something of the sort. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so I don't subscribe to that. But he messed up by doubling down and tried to make it about modesty and all this wholesomeness. But who was recording the videos when she had on her bra and panties in the house?
Yeah, the hypocrisy, and people are gonna call out the hypocrisy because you put yourself out there, and
exactly,
including the work shaming. Because again, I didn't know about him before this story, so now that we know, it's only natural that people will mention what he does with respect to the person he's trying to shame.
Right, because now he got a target on him.
Right, because he called that on himself, unfortunately. And then also in addition to that, the idea was to let me cry out to the public or make a point, a need to be right, an obsession to be right. But what that does is embarrasses her, right? And what happens when you embarrass your woman, right? It multiplies. Like now you're gonna get embarrassment, right, from her, but also from all this monitoring spirits that that follows her, right? So it's again, the wisdom is there, but when you're in it, to be fair to him, when you're caught up in your emotion like that,
absolutely,
you're not able to think straight. He was caught up in emotion. He was coming from, that's what he needs to admit to. It was insecurity. It's okay. It's not a crime.
Right, exactly.
This is my girl. I was insecure about that shit.
I felt the way.
I didn't want to see that shit. How about that,
I have a way to be lighthearted, right? Like, okay, like, dang, I ain't gonna front. I was feeling the way. My girl up here with Usher. I mean, Usher, the king of R&B or whatever. Like make a laugh about it or something, but still be able to convey
And if you
that
don't
I felt the way.
And if you don't like that I said something about that, F you, go rest.
Exactly.
That's what I need to hear from him.
Exactly, because that way he's still being true to his feelings, but also addressing that he didn't like what he liked, but instead it was rooted in insecurity. And the last point I'm gonna make, Ola, and let you do your thing.
Sure.
As far as like all these older women with all this trauma and all this baggage and all this trauma. This is my thing, right? When people have conversations and it's constantly about the other person, if you want to be heard in a sincere way and want people to take in what you're saying, you have to have the capacity to be able to reflect from both sides.
Right.
If I'm hearing about all these women and all this trauma, if we're going to generalize, and we're going to project and we're going to base things on our personal experiences and the things we have seen, I could sit here and say, okay, well, how all these older women get all this baggage? Okay, well, did these men create this baggage? So my thing is, those generalizations are not helpful, but I do think that it will be more helpful to maybe open up a conversation about why quote unquote older women have such baggage, and then maybe if you continue to dig deeper, you will see that a lot of these same dudes that you co-signing for might have left a lot of this baggage. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying we gotta look at everything.
Yep.
And everybody's experience is valid, and so
when you point fingers, four of them pointing back at you.
And I'm just saying, honey, babe, girl, you wrong for that. I'm just saying.
I know, right?
his trauma is valid, girl. I was crying in the chat. She said I didn't do nothing to him. I said, well, damn, his trauma ain't valid. She said
I didn't do nothing to you. I just wanted to move on.
But yeah, for real though, everybody's experience is valid. I think if we all just work on ways to communicate that without attacking and projecting, people could take it in a little easier. So it's a learning process even for me, because you know me, Ola. You know how I get down, in certain spaces. But
yeah, you be out in the street doing basketballs, dragging people.
Listen, I ain't been out here in a while. I did have to cut a couple people out the other day though, because they, they be trying it, but that's a whole nother story.
I think I'm getting tired of it too. I think I'm getting tired. We're over at Hardly Initiated. what's his name, married man, dear wife, future, some cleaner versions of the conversations are coming out. So that's where people are at. All these guys.
I enjoy those thought-provoking conversations, probing conversations where people could still be safe to express their feelings. When a person feel like they being attacked, they're not gonna listen. So that's like if I have a problem with my dude, the way to say something, even if I'm sick of him and he pissing me off, you know what, babe, I ain't gonna lie. I really felt the way when you did that. Now I can understand that maybe you wasn't thinking about that, and I could see how you might have saw it differently. Like we have to be able to empathize with the other person to be heard. My son is being crazy right now when I'm on the phone.
In other words, you won't be showing some chicks just because you're upset with him.
I'm just saying, exactly. I ain't never been that type tit for tat because you always shoot yourself in the foot. You cheat on me, I'm gonna cheat on his ass. Nah, I'm not gonna do that because I'm gonna be the one feeling some type of way because I done gave away my cookies for what? Just because I'm mad? No, thank you. I'm going on mute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be on mute, Ola. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right.
Sorry, can I just respond to some of the things?
Before you go, Shay, the A word you put in the chat, we don't do that online. It looks like you're new online. We don't do that at all. At least not on this platform. That A word that you put in the chat, just so you know. Okay, for future.
Okay.
The one that says before this, that part. Don't use that word here at all. Go ahead.
Okay. So it also stems out from the point I was making. I spoke about trauma, I spoke about self-respect, and I spoke about trauma, self-respect, and values.
Right.
Now she said something about 2017. 2017, I don't know what happened. I don't have a full history, right? I don't know what happened, Tarason, whatever. I don't know if that's a traumatic experience for her, or maybe that shaped her. Now, I spoke about value when I started from the beginning. And I said, what value do you place on yourself? Right? If it's like these days where you have tapes of people, of couples,
right,
of mature people out. People have intimacy and they put it out.
Right.
It takes two to tango. If you're a person of value, you will not allow that kind of thing. If you're a woman, of value.
You will not allow that they put a person's tape out?
You will not allow that they put it out.
Someone else.
Sorry, hold on. I didn't hear what you said. Say that again.
I said, okay, let's say, because I overheard her saying that, the husband, Keke's husband, was filming her, was bringing her to a picture.
No. It was you don't trigger Percy. Keke does not have a husband. Correction.
Yeah.
Okay. She has a boyfriend. All right. So there was a tape. Let me explain it to you. I'm not gonna play it today here. It was a video of her shaking them chicks. It looks real nice. I'll be honest with you, right? But he filmed it in their own intimate setting. He was filming it. It was look at that thing shake, right? They were having a good time. It was a good moment, right? And he put it out. So because he now put this out there, shaming her for being on the door, people now pulled that up and said, "You put this one out there and you're claiming moral and standards." You see what I'm saying? So people are calling out the hypocrisy, and then he has a picture of himself with no shirt on out there as well too. People say you're doing the most. Basically.
It still boils down to value. You see, if it, Mr. Ola, I cannot put a picture of a naked girl without consent in the world we live in today.
No, it wasn't naked. It was just a shaking chick. She was wearing something.
Shaking or no shaking.
So you think that's wrong? I want to get that correct.
I think it was wrong based on the value.
That's look at this comment. Judge J said you're assuming everyone's value. I don't think that's wrong. If my girl, I'm that guy. If my girl is okay with me filming her where she's shaking them chick, I might put that out there. She's my girl, right? And she's wearing asho. She's wearing clothes.
Would you ask for consent before you put it out?
Yeah, we're having a good time. I put it. She knew I'm about to post this. That's why I said, is she that type of person? I don't have that type of girl. My girl is not interested in putting when she's not completely together out, right? So again, everyone's values. When you use the way you use value, the context you use it in, it says is the same value for everyone. That's not the reality of life. Okay, moral values, character to some extent, we all tend to agree to the same thing. Don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. But how people show up in terms of fashion, there's too many men disconnected from the fact that we're not living in 1960, right? They are attracted to it, but when it comes to their own, they want to police it, particularly when they're not involved in it. You have to keep the same energy as a group if that's going to be the case. If there is no market for it, it wouldn't exist. Value in that respect, as a market value, is what we need to be talking more about. Not morals, value, and character that everybody agree to, because we clearly don't agree to the same values. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so yeah, I get you. So based on the husband's reaction, you feel that he reacted because he felt less of a man.
He was an hypocrite, precisely.
He was acting like a hoe. I'm sorry.
It was an hypocrite. That's why they call him out. That's why they're calling him out. Because again, look at what Just J and I just said. If he came out and said, "Listen, I just feel some type of way," just be true to yourself. I don't want my chick dancing with Usher. Fuck all you, right? If he said that, I will respect that more.
Okay, so
rather than pulling morals and value into it, he's trying to manipulate us, and it didn't work.
Okay,
And using the mother card too.
Yeah, he was also shaming her with the mother thing too.
Oh yeah, I think it has. I think I have more context now. One, he didn't set boundary from beginning, so you can't do it in between. It's like you're going on a journey. You didn't set the rules from the beginning. Now in the middle, you set the rules. Then that means something triggered you, right?
Yeah, precisely.
Okay, all right, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
All right.
It takes a minute. Let's go to Natu. Natu is trying to say something. Sorry, go ahead, Natu.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. You sound far away and muffled, and you're messing up our audio.
Can you hear me?
Who is that person? Let's see. Natu, no, you sound too far away. Something is off. Let me go to Adewale first. Anyway, fix that mic. Adewale, what's up? God will not forget you, Adewale. What's up?
Hello?
What's up, my guy? What's going on?
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah. I've just been listening to the conversation, and I'm just like, it's not balanced a bit. I think, like, I don't want to say judging, but looking at a group of women at a certain age differently or some kind of way, it's not productive, and it makes you lose out on people that could actually be wonderful wives to you, because, like, I've seen and met women at 23, 24, and they all have trauma. I've also met women older that also have the same trauma. So it's just like, I don't want to use Martin Luther King, but I'm just gonna say, you just have to look at them and judge them by what you see, like their character. You need to have that ability to meet a woman and say, "Oh, she has this character I've noticed, and I don't think it would work with me in this relationship." Then just putting all the groups of like every group of women in a certain age and saying, "Oh, they're likely to be this or that," based on your own experiences. It's just, it never works that way. I mean, it never works well, because whenever you begin to do that, whenever you see another woman who's not that way, and she's in that certain age, you start to think that she's also like that.
Yeah,
you start carrying that same.
My apologies, Mr. Wale. Can I respond to your thought process?
Let him finish.
Just let me finish. I'll let you would respond when I'm done. And then when it comes to, like, I just want to briefly talk about, like, Keke's situation. I can understand why he's upset, or the guy, or he's jealous. It's natural to be jealous. It's just like, if Keke was in his situation and seeing him, in that way, dancing with another lady, she's also going to be jealous.
Exactly.
But the way he handled it is just completely wrong. Like, you came on social media and then you started saying, "Oh, she's a mother, though she shouldn't be doing this," and you're like this, that, and that, this and that and that. You don't come out on social media
And
and
then they
tell
try to pull
everything.
all of us men into it.
Exactly. And then, like you say everything out to strangers who don't care about the relationship. A lot of them only know Keke to be just this entertainer and this person that they've liked they've liked for years. Obviously, they're going to take her side. They don't know what's going on in your relationship, and you just did all that. It just felt like you were being vindictive.
That's
That's
what it
just
was.
how it looked. If you really handled it well, off social media, you call her and say, "Oh, I just feel some type of way what you did. I didn't like what you did. This just made me feel jealous, and I don't like it. If you were in my situation, you feel that when you handle the issue there, not bringing it on social media and doing all that stuff. It just felt weird to me. So I mean, that's just all I want to say.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Sheyi, you had where is Sheyi?
Okay, so
Okay.
Adewale, Shay here.
Yeah.
First and foremost, like I said, based on my own experience, and I can give you another experience again very quickly, about dating older women. There was a lady somebody introduced me to, and I was supposed to meet her, and I asked her how old is she. She mentioned the name, the age, 38 or 37. I was very reluctant. She said, "Oh, Dad, I should try. And progress over perfection, blah, blah, blah."
Wait, she said that?
No, as in her friend was.
Oh, our friend was saying you should try.
Trying to
Okay.
coach her, no, I should. Because I already have a mindset, like you guys have said. Okay,
Right.
I agree. I have that mindset. But one thing about me is I use my sixth sense. So I gave her a call. I called her about a minute. And we spoke. We had a conversation. Just, hi, blah, 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 blah. And before you know it, she just shut down the conversation. And I just left it that way. So later on,
go ahead.
Hold on. Later on, I now discovered that number one, before the lady introduced me to her, the lady told me that this girl, she doesn't want to get married again. All she wants is a baby. And she's here in this place.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Wait, and there's nothing wrong with that. Why? This is the reason why there's something wrong with that now. And I'm going to tell you.
Wahala.
She has dated somebody, one popular social media person, and it didn't work out. And she has been dating while she has been young. So it's been failing. Now, she wants to go through therapy. Why does she want to go through therapy? Is because she says the baby she's trying to have, she doesn't want to transfer the trauma to the baby, which is justified. But she has locked her doors potentially to a man. I don't know. The last time I heard, they say she's interested in a white man, that she doesn't want to date black men again, especially Nigerians.
Shay, let me say something. I want to.
Can I?
Shay,
wait, now. Have I buttressed my point or not? I have not buttressed my point.
No,
in a way. So in a way, there are some truths in what I am saying.
why are you attracting traumatized people, though?
But I'm just saying, like,
Exactly.
like,
Who just did that? Who just did that laughter? Who just did that laughter? That's easy. Oh my god. Wait.
No.
Can I
You need therapy too, bro. You need to go for therapy too.
Hold on. Let me get. I want who wanted to respond? I think.
Wait, that was my time. That was
I want to respond.
Okay, you want to respond? Go ahead, Adewale.
I'm just saying, like, Mr. Shi, all you just said right now had really nothing to do with the person's age, but the person's experience. That what the story you just gave was specific to that lady. And actually, it's actually good that her friend told you that she didn't want a relationship, because it made you know from the onset that this is who she is and this is what you want. And if this is not what you want, you let her go and look for someone else. It's just that simple.
Chicken.
All right, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this really quickly. First of all, having a preference is absolutely okay, right? Having a preference in terms of age range is absolutely okay. Like, hey, I don't want to go from this age to this age. Your reasons, we don't really have to know, right? Because generally your reasons it's just outside of my age range. If it's just outside of my range, it's probably something negative. There's no need. There are people in that age range that you meet, they might lead you to the person that you're looking for, but you leave a bad taste in their mouth with seeing it that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's better to just say, that's not my preference, and leave it at that, right? In terms of that's why they did what they did, it's not why. There are rude people in every age group. This is a fact that we all know, right? And even if you are right, we would never know if you are right, because there's just too many variables that we have to unpack in that conversation to even say maybe, right? The only thing is telling me, first of all, that was a valid question. Why do you keep attracting all this traumatic people? That's a valid question from how some people read it, right? It's got to be something about you, okay? The same thing for women. Like, if you tend to be around certain types of people, or it's just because of their age, then navigate away from the age, whatever that is, right? But the only thing it's really telling us that is about you, ultimately. But let me go to T-Love, I beg. Let me go to T-Love so she can make her submission.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
so,
T-Love.
I hope can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, in terms of this conversation, there are different aspects I took notes on, but I'll just briefly touch on some parts of it. So, the whole issue, it boils down to the whole Keke Palmer situation and how the boyfriend or whatever, he brought an issue on the internet, and the issue was that he attacked not the issue but the person itself, and that's why we're having this conversation about why can't you discuss this with your partner or with your girlfriend, whatever title they have. Why can't you discuss it in private rather than bringing it on the internet and eating everything that he's eating to the point that they're actually getting his information and all of that, and it backfired. That's one point, and that itself, there's an issue on that part. On the main topic that we got the discussion, which was the Ekene or whatever on the other platform, there's another issue in that one too, where he has his opinion. He had his opinion on the matter, but just because someone has an opinion, it doesn't mean it's right. It might be right to someone's viewpoint. You might be right in your own eyes, but speaking in terms of, is it really fact or is it really like the right thing? That's another issue. And I don't really want, like, I could go into it, but I'll just like briefly just allow other people to talk. But there's actually a lot going on there. And yes, he was removed because his opinion and whatever he was saying, it didn't make sense to a point. And for Shay talking about his own experience, like, yes, you have your own experience, but first off, how does it relate to the issue? And when you are bringing up in terms of age or she's a married woman or different aspects, it's like what's the point exactly you are driving home to the fact of, people are emotional. There's one thing about being emotional. It's okay for someone to be emotional because as humans, people are people. We all need emotions to like driving point. It's the way you actually bring out that emotion, how you react to that emotion, how you drive that emotion forward. That is when there are issues in relation to that. But there are so many things, but I don't even know where to start. So I'll just leave it to other people that actually pinpointed on all the things he talked about or what they want to talk about, because that matters. It's your opinion, yes. And I'm not trying to give attack to it, but yeah, that's just the general thing I wanted to say. If something comes up, I would like to also speak up later or just listen to other people too. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hang out. Big Bay.
Wait, how did you miss out on me?
Who is me?
Natu.
Hello. No, I didn't talk to Big Bay yet now.
Oh, okay. Let Natu go, then I'll go after her.
Wait.
No, you're fine, sis. Go ahead.
Not to. You have to make sure your mic is right every time you come
Don't
here.
play with me, Amo. Don't do that. That wasn't me.
Every time you go, I saw you the other day hanging out with Auntie B on IG, and you were smiling, and your mic, everything was good.
IG was not the same.
Sure. All right.
Leave me alone.
Big Boy, your mic sounds far away a little bit though. Big Boy, you there?
Hold on.
All right, talk to me now. Oh, it's better now. It's better. Yeah. Talk to me, Jerry. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh no, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but she can't hear me. You have to go out and come back in.
Oh my God. Okay, wait.
Did I pin the link? Let me put the link back up there. I don't think I pinned the link earlier.
Hold on. Let me go out of the studio and come back in.
Yes, do that. Yes. All right, so I'm gonna drop that link again just in case. Not to talk to me, Jerry.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
So what happened to this mic before? What were you using before? Some kind of
it was the same mic.
Abakaliki mic. No,
it was the same mic. No joke. It was the same mic. I don't know what happened.
Okay, talk to me.
All right, so if we're talking about modesty, right? If we keep playing too much, let's go back to what our parents used to wear back in the days. Have you ever pictured any of your mother's pictures to see the clothes she was wearing, like in the 1960s? Where people still
the mini hero.
Yes, exactly. So they were doing the most, and so we're just going back to the 1960s. You people should start playing. I put that on my mom last week when my nephew's birthday, and I called. And I was asking my mom where my brother was, and she said he went out. And I said, did he go to see his girlfriend? And my mom was like, what girlfriend? I'm like, first of all, this boy is 26.
That's
I'm like,
grown
Mom,
man.
Wait, I'm like, Mom, remind me, how old was that again when you guys got married? And she threw away the phone.
Yep.
Exactly.
They will say it doesn't apply. And you just say, shut up your mouth today.
Exactly. So we just need to stop playing. But I'm not trying to put Shay on the spot, but just like I said about Ekene earlier, he has mommy issues. I don't know if Shay has encountered a lot of like older people, not a lot, a couple of them, a handful of them that he has not had a good experience with them, and that made him to kind of like generalize or whatever. But I can't remember who said it earlier. People have trauma in different stages. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And like I said earlier, growing up Nigerian is traumatizing on its own.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we from the Nigerian descent, like we know what that is. So saying that, so the older you get, maybe from age 5 you had that, by the time you become 10, it becomes more visible.
Right.
In the way you do your stuff. So when you say the older you get, like, what do you mean? So it's just gonna come out in whatever way it's going to come out. So I just don't feel like it's based on the age. And there are people that have not experienced that trauma, and that's very okay. And also what I wanted to say, like people on this platform that are especially Africans, if you meet a lady that says she doesn't want to get married in her life, there's nothing wrong with her. That's very okay. That's one.
Right. Especially that's telling me up front. Especially she's telling me up front right now.
Right. If you meet a lady that said, I don't want to have kids, don't judge her. If you want kids, go meet somebody that wants kids. And let me tell you why. Trauma might be one of it. 1, 2, see, you have to love yourself to be able to extend that love to somebody else. And that's why we have a lot of kids on the streets misbehaving, because the parents don't even, somebody has said it, I can't remember where. Today I had it on one show. She was like, when she had a daughter, she didn't like the daughter. And somebody said because the mom had an issue with her dad, she looks like her dad, the mom resented her. And for that reason, that person might be like, you know what, I don't want to deal with like the other gender. I just want to be fine. I don't want to have my like toys and then have somebody by the side. If I need something, I just call them to take care of me and they leave. Don't judge people. If that's
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think we should ask Shay that why is it that some men see this as something negative? Because I don't think we got that part from him. Why is it that when a woman says I don't want kids or I don't want to be married, why does that trigger some other men?
For us, but I feel like especially Africans, we are meant to believe that one of the main reasons why we're on this earth is to get married. every other thing follows.
It's a purpose.
Yes, it's purpose. So the moment you say you don't want to do that, they will like it. I said I came to America at 27. Before I got here, I won't believe every woman wants to have kids. My first manager said in America, said she didn't want to have kids. I thought she was not normal. I went to the corner to
So
ask
it's a
my friend that
mindset.
brought me
So
to
it's
work there.
so
I
it's
said,
our
"She-
mindset. It's a traditional. Is that
It
traditional
is our
mindset
mindset.
thing?
Yes, yes. I said, Sarah, is she okay? She said, yes. I'm like, why does she? Is she not a woman? She don't want to have kids. And I say it all the time before now. Any woman that doesn't want to have kids is not normal. But later I get to realize some people had, like that lady I told you, had her whole womb taken out. So if she
Right.
doesn't want to dig deep and tell you that she doesn't want to have kids, you're not gonna get it. You just be
Right.
judging her like, how can a woman? She's not normal. Something's wrong with her. She probably agagate. No. And
So
if
it's
people don't feel like they have
the
that
lesson
love,
there is that it's okay to
yes,
to have your preference,
yes,
but also
yes,
understand there's always more to the story than you know.
yes, 100%. 100%. Some people might not want to share their stories, and that's very fine. And if you want to like, they don't want to dig deep on you, know, okay, take a bow and just go. That's good.
Let me bring
Can
her
I
back.
say something?
Hold on.
Yes,
Hold on.
ma'am.
Can I respond?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you respond. Let me do mic check with Binkwe first. Binkwe, check your mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
You
hear me?
can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. Shay, I'm gonna let
Yeah,
you
we can
respond.
hear you.
Write your points down. Let me hear Binkwe first. Thank you. Binkwe, go for it.
Okay, it's good to
First
see
of all,
you.
how are you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Good to see you, my sister.
Good to see you too. I'm happy I'm able to join your life because the times that you do your life, ooh,
That's
very
over now.
tough.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 p.m. If you can't do that
Yeah, I
5
think
p.m.,
yeah.
we'll do
So I'll be
pre-recorded.
consistent since it's 5 now because when you do your life, it's like 10. I'm like,
10.
I'm about to sleep.
I
Like,
know.
no, I can't do it. But it's good to see you. You're doing a fabulous job. Hello, everyone. I'm
Thank
greeting
you. I
everyone
appreciate
in
you.
the studio.
I appreciate you.
Well, this issue with Kiki
With Kiki.
and eh?
With Kiki.
Is it not Kiki or Keke?
It's
I don't
Kiki.
know.
So the Keke, anyhow.
Kiki. They've called her different, different version. But anyway,
Yeah.
I just feel like when I saw the post, the boyfriend's post, and people's reaction, I was like, and I went to see the video that was going around the internet. And when I saw the outfit, I was like, oh wow. My first impression was like, oh, she's having fun. She's a new mom. Her body is banging for someone that just had a baby like few months ago. So I didn't really like read that much. I didn't stop now. I didn't really read too much, into what she was wearing. But when I now saw the reaction, and I went back and I was like, you know what? Actually, I wouldn't wear what she wore. With the fact that all I bought is outside, I don't think I would do that personally. But then I believe in a relationship, when you're in a relationship with somebody, like this is where emotional intelligence comes in. And like you always said, brother Ola, like emotion is not your mate. Something will happen to you that you never even think that you will find yourself in a position that for you to say certain things or react in a certain way. So that's why it's very important for us as a people, both man and woman. You have to be in check with your emotions, especially when you are in a romantic relationship. Yeah, because those ones tend to be very emotional. If it's sometimes friendship are emotional too, but not compared to romantic relationship. So it's very important. So this situation of this guy coming online, I wouldn't fault him if he feel a certain way because they're in a relationship, and from what I know, the relationship is kind of is serious because they have a son together. So I wouldn't say what he was saying was not right, but he did it the wrong way. That's my own. He did it the wrong way. I wouldn't come online, whether my boyfriend or my husband, and just be dragging. Because to me, I didn't even get the point of him posting it on Twitter. The first
Right.
place, I didn't get the point. Because the point was trying to pass across
He wasn't coming across, and then he came back again. Instead of him to just leave it at the first post, then he came back again and now start talking about morals and values. I'm like, oh, okay, you're talking about morals and values, but you are posting something that doesn't say anything about morals and values. So I just think in every relationship, emotional intelligence is important. He should have handled it in a different way.
Right.
You know, he should have handled it in a different way. And I hopefully, maybe they can work it out and their relationship will get better. I don't know. That's by the way. My second point is when we put a rating on people, like we rate people based on their age or based on their circumstances. I don't think that is right. We are not God. We don't create anybody. People get married. People can get married at any time that they choose to get married. And it's not everybody that will have kids or that want kids or that even want to get married. And that is okay. And that is why I never like Kevin Samuels. I know the people that follow him might come for me. And I'm saying it with my full chest. I don't like that man. He's gone now. No, I did not go to speak ill of the dead, but it's the truth because he rates people like he has turned himself to God. He put rating on people. Like if you are from certain age to certain age, you are 50%. When I saw that video, it was so appalling. Like you just sit down somewhere, you human being like yourself, you are rating another human being. Putting 50%, 20%, 70% on a human being.
But some of the best shows that you watch, that's precisely what they do. Are you aware of that?
Which
shows, pageant shows, beauty shows.
No, but they are
Miss
competing.
USA.
That's a different situation. They are competing. That's a competition, though.
But they are human beings and they are gauging them against themselves.
No, but they are in a competition for something, just like for sports too. Just like when you are playing football or soccer, or you are playing basketball. That's a different situation. This one is telling you that if you're basically saying that when you fall into a certain category, as a matter of fact, you don't even have hope again. Don't even bother getting married or looking for a relationship.
Buy a dog. So to be fair to that conversation is usually when they say something unrealistic. The stuff I would typically play Oberyn for, right? I don't say it. I just use Oberyn to say reality, right? Like for example, shout out to Onibe. She's still here. She's still here with us. She said, "I didn't do anything to you. I just left you." Like, okay, right? So
the poor man is traumatized from the divorce.
I know, right? And so it is usually when they say something like that. One says she's a 6-figure honor. And so she deserved, what was it that she said she deserved? This is how Kevin Samuel blew up, because of that average at best. That's why she got called average at best. It was more of a response to her showing up as unrealistic. It's basically a response to unrealistic expectation. And and I'm not defending Kevin Samuel. I don't agree with everything he's saying, particularly with his energy, right? But if you see him operate and engage with women on other platforms when he's not running a show, he's one of the most respectful men you will encounter there. And then if you see him drag men that try to copy him, right, then you will know that he actually doesn't agree with entitlement in general. That's what he hates, the entitlement thing, because I'm this or typically because I make this kind of money, that means I deserve the best guy in the market. These are the key people he responds to. But when you cut those clips go viral, right? But I just want to say that. Go ahead.
But entitlement, so what's the difference between entitlement and desire? I can desire to have somebody that makes 7 figures as my husband.
That's true.
You can have that desire. You can have, that is what you want. That's your standard.
It's
but
true.
does that mean
Your preference.
Yeah, that's your preference.
The only thing you don't like is when person tell you ahead of time that you won't get it.
You won't get it. That would be the one that will pay me. But I can say, you know what, I want somebody that makes 7 figures. That's what I want. Everybody has the right to want what they want. You know, and
I feel you on that.
You're not the one that will not tell me. Even if you tell me that, oh, do you think you deserve it? I'm like, okay, well, it's your opinion, but it's me. This is what I want. You know.
That's what Ekene said earlier. Ekene said when Ekene said, even though nobody wanted this girl, and somebody said, He said, "Well, that's your opinion." Okay, Keke said that's your opinion. Wahala. Continue, Jerry, my sister. Continue.
So, I mean, you can desire to want what you want, but when the
That's true.
chips are down, the reality is going to hit you. You'll be like, okay, you know what? I think maybe what I have, maybe this, all these lists that I have, some of them are unrealistic. You
Do
will
you
come to that
think?
realization.
Do you think that reality hitting some of the women in our community too late is affecting us as a whole in the community in a negative manner? Do you think that's a potential thing?
I don't think so, because the women that I know, this is the women in my circle,
Mm-hmm.
they are pretty reasonable.
Okay.
So let me put it that way. They are
Okay.
reasonable. They are not too. I just wish. I wish we have like men, and I hate to use maybe men to understand women more. I hate to use that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like for a lot of women, a lot of good women. So because we are not talking about the extreme, like you always say. We are talking about the ideal situation, like people
Right.
that are reasonable, not people that are not reasonable, not people that are
Right. Not the
obnoxious.
extremes. Yes.
Not the
Yes.
extreme. So we are talking about people that are reasonable. Like when you see when they say they just want a man that that can lead right,
Mm.
a man that loves God, because I belong to, I'm a Christian. So a man
Right.
that loves God, a man that can lead right, a man that has a job. So it's not like they're asking for something that they themselves, and they are working too. They have their own job. Some of them, they even have their own house.
Right. But they think because they have that they deserve the best that the market has to offer.
Yeah, because I guess they feel like, oh, I don't want to settle for less than what I deserve or less
Right.
than what I have.
I think men resent that. They don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Which
but
is
why do
which
they
is which
resent
is,
that
which is
if
their which is
women?
their own problem, by the way. But I think that's one of
Yeah,
the things that's
but
going on.
men always go for what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, men see what they want and they go for it. For the
Mm.
most part, a lot of men don't double down their standard. They might kind of like, um try and look for a way around it, but they always go for what they want. So
Right.
why can't women do the same? And I understand that it's men that chose women, or
Mm-hmm.
it's men that pursue women, but still I think we can all work together to make this thing called relationship work. I just don't like I like people. You know why I said I can never I've always said it. I've said it on Auntie B show. I can't
Mm-hmm.
engage Ekene in a conversation. I can't.
I know. I know.
I cannot do it. And it's not, I'm not, I'm being proud or arrogant. That man he doesn't know how to have a balance. That's my issue with it, because some of the things that he normally says are right. It's
Mm-hmm.
not that it's wrong,
On
but
paper is right.
well, I mean, well, on paper it's right, but then
Mm-hmm.
it just has a way of always coming for women in a way that I don't. It's just very weird. I don't understand why. I just
Yeah.
don't get, like, the way he's talking about Kiki. You went to a platform, even went to a platform that is like mostly, probably most of them are not even African. They're
Mm-hmm.
probably African American or even British American.
Right.
And
Right.
you
Right.
went there talking about her. Said, no, do you know no
Well,
man
you came
wants
late.
her? How
That's
did
what
you even know that?
you came late. That's what we reacted to in the beginning.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I made a few clips and I was like, no, there goes this man again. I'm not surprised. I know they're gonna kick him out, and they eventually did.
So
You know.
you think he got silenced and you think it was warranted?
Yeah, because you know why he got silent. It's not because he wasn't really making any sense,
Mm-hmm.
but the guy hosting the show, he kind of like he's trying to see. I think he saw where the conversation is leading, which
Right.
is kind of like bashing women, and he doesn't want that. That was why he had to stop him right there.
Mm-hmm. Right. He could smell it already, but
He
once
could
he hit
smell it,
it,
that and he said
yeah,
it too. He
yeah,
said
yeah,
it too, that I don't like where the conversation was going, so I had to stop you. He mentioned, the guy said it too, and
yeah.
unfortunately, our brother Ekene, he won't see that.
He said.
That's the
She said
problem.
our. She said our brother.
He's our brother because he's in
She's
Nigeria.
our yes. She's our brother.
He's our
Either she
brother.
likes
What are
it,
you gonna do
either
with
he
him
likes it
now?
or not.
He's our brother. Me, I don't hate him, but I just can't engage him. But
But you
anyway,
can't.
I
Mm,
can't. No, I cannot. I can't do it.
Sorry,
So, but
sorry, can I?
anyway, I just feel like,
I feel
you
you.
know.
Hold on, Ashay. Go ahead.
Oh,
Finish.
sorry. So I just feel like, in a relationship, we should just. And another thing is, when we want to have a relationship, maybe
Mm-hmm.
we should start defining what relationship means to us. Let's leave all these outsiders, all
Right.
these talks and influencers and people talking, doing podcasts here and there. As a
Mm-hmm.
person, as me, Bimpe, what does relationship mean to me? Like, let me start defining it. Because you
Right.
see, there's so many confusion out there. There's so many rhetorics and conversation going on that it seems it's not even, when you come to marriage, it's not even real. Like, it's not a real conversation. It's not helping us. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Everybody is talking, but we are not helping each other. So it has now become you versus me, or
Yep.
men versus women, and that is
Yep.
not going to help us.
I know better than you. You know better than me.
Yeah,
It's
all
you're
these
wrong.
women, all
I'm
these women,
right.
all these men.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
These
and
women.
before I hand over, let somebody else go. I want to say one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
When we are in a relationship or
Mm-hmm.
we have experience with somebody,
Mm-hmm.
we should try and be self-aware, not to make that one experience or two experience our reality for the rest of our life.
Yeah.
Because just like, for example, if I deal with, and I don't want to bring tribalism, but I want to use tribalism to put it in a proper context.
Mm-hmm.
When I deal with one Igbo person, and maybe that person deal with me anyhow, or was very dishonest, and and maybe the
Yeah.
person is from Anambra, and because I now say, you know what, all are very
Uh-oh.
dubious. That's what they do, and
Mm.
because of that, I don't want to deal with any other Igbo person again. That is
Yeah.
very myopic way of seeing life.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Binkwe. Let me hear Shei. Shei, let's go for it. Shei, give me your last word with your submission, and then let's go towards rounding up. Shei, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Give me your
I
give
mean,
me your submission and give me your last word. And
Yeah, I think I've been overdragged. I mean, if you look at me now, my clothes has burnt completely for my body.
say where you don't end up in it. Now you say it, oh, no be me, oh.
Okay. So let me respond to some of the
Oh yeah, sure.
things that have been directed to me. Number one, they said, why am I attracting
Traumatic women.
who are
Traumatized
it's just,
women.
I think it's just coincidence, right? And the kind of work I do doesn't allow me to really go out so much. So it's a coincidence, and I mean, there's nothing I can do to that.
Allah, you're a bad boy.
I am.
I couldn't resist, Shay. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Go ahead, Shay. Continue, Shay.
Okay, so T-Love said so many things that about and then Bingpe said so many things about Kevin Samuels. I think generally, if women want to know what that, okay, so T-Love said, why is it that I'm bringing the issue of date range and all those things?
Right.
I was listening to you, and you made a statement.
Mm-hmm.
You said something about that most men of nowadays, or some men of nowadays, normally generalize that they don't want to date between this age range and this age range, right? Everybody has his own preferences, and sometimes you can change based on your experiences. And sometimes men are flexible. It's only women sometimes women are not flexible.
Again, you are generalizing.
I said
Oh,
sometimes.
that's not true. Women are
Stop
very
generalizing.
flexible. Sorry for cutting you off.
Let him land. I beg. Let him land. I beg.
Okay, so when you see the fact that you try to, for me, maybe I should speak for myself. I have tried to date a 35, 36, 37, 38, 31. Even for the fact that I even said that, okay, between this range and this range, I won't date. But I'm still open to dating that. But based on my experience, maybe I will now stick to what I want. You understand?
That's always key.
Yeah. So maybe going back to what Bingbe said about Kevin Samuel, he hated it. See, let me tell you something. If you want to know a man and how men think, then your conversations, your interactions should be with men and not women. Because you cannot get us to think like you, never, in 100 years to come. I'm going to think like a man, you are going to think like a woman. And so if you want to win me over, then you have to be asking me questions like, what do you think about certain things? not what do I feel, because I don't feel anything. It's not about feeling for me. It's about thinking, logic, because that's how I've been wired. And that's the only way you can get me. So looking at Kevin Samuels, because a lot of women become entitled, and why are they entitled? Because of their box. They feel that they have all what men want is a box.
Is that not all we want?
We want not me anyway. Most men want more than the box. It's not just about the box.
To marry.
Of course, to marry, to procreate, to bear your name, to love, to tender, to a lot so many things. So when women just say when you toast them, you should continue to run after them and chase them, or they now start setting standard that they themselves they don't align to. You say a fat woman a plus size woman. Let me use it. Because with women now you have to be a plus size woman.
That's a nice one. Course correct. That's what's up. Go ahead. Continue.
You say a plus size woman, and then maybe her height is about 5. She's a 5 foot, and then she'll come and meet you. Mr. Ola, I want a man that is 6 foot, 6 figure, 6 inches, 6 pack. Meanwhile, she's not doing anything to work on herself. She's not doing anything to work on herself. She's not.
You mean she's not doing anything to lose weight? It doesn't mean she's not working on herself. Particularly, she's not losing weight.
Not losing weight.
Okay.
Maybe she has behavioral issues, and she's not doing anything to work on her behavior. On her attitude to become more social, more exposed. She's not doing anything. So what do you expect the man? What do you expect Kevin Samuels to say? And
to move on.
A lot of people feel. Wait, I'm wrapping up. A lot of people felt that Kevin Samuels was just red pill. He's a stupid man. He doesn't want marriage. No, if you go and look at him, he spoke to both men and women. I feel that Kevin Samuel was this rejected stone, the stone that God needed to bring up to stir up this conversation about relationship and marriage. Because before now, it was just dead completely. So it brought up men like that. And to make the message more glaring, maybe, I don't know, that's why he died. Because it's when somebody's message is, it's like now, as I've grown up, I reflect on what my mother said more because she's gone than when she was alive. So, and that is what has happened. So that's my contribution.
My guy, thank you so much for your contribution. You're always welcome. You make the conversation interesting, okay? All right, we'll talk soon. Let me see who was next on my queue here. I have Just Jay. Just Jay, talk to me and also give me your last word. What's funny?
Everything. Everything.
I couldn't resist. That was my fault. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's a lot. Let me try to wrap up. Okay, so the whole over explanation, right? People have a right to want whatever they want. It's their business. People have a right to their preferences, okay? So the question and the sentiment as a collective, right? With the people that disagree with what the gentleman was saying, the collective is saying basically why the constant dragging. Nobody cares about what you want. Anybody can want whatever they want, whether it's reasonable, unreasonable, it doesn't matter. Exactly. So want whatever you want. But to me, when people have to constantly drag another group of people to make their point, to me, it's indicative of something internal, something intrinsic that probably needs to be explored or addressed on their own. And that's for them to figure out. It's not for me to figure it out. That's like me talking about dudes that I find ugly and that I'm not attracted to. Why would I talk about that for hours upon hours upon hours? It makes no sense. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, I do think that it's important to be mindful when discussing certain things. If I have a preference for a certain thing, I don't have to trash a whole group of other men to make that point. I go for whatever I want and I keep it moving, just as you should, sir. I'm not sure why you would constantly date older women if that's not what you want. So to me, that says that maybe you had to learn how to honor your own boundaries. And that's what anybody needs to do. We have to learn how to honor our own boundaries, and if you do that, you'll have a less need to drag other people, unless you're looking for validation or you're looking to prove, hey, I'm not a bad person because I want to date younger women. The older women I tried to date, they was trash. Whatever the case is, be okay with you. And so anyway, I wanted to say that with that, and that way that'll eliminate a lot of the circular conversations, because then it's a lot of projecting and people get triggered. Okay, so aside from that, on YouTube, right? Ekene, he's been in some other spaces.
You know him, of course. You know my brother.
Yes,
Ekene.
the first time I saw him, it was in a whole different area. And he got his ass cussed out. They ran his ass up out of there, okay? But at the end of the day, you know, he did have a good amount of time to express his opinions or whatever. But what I was going to say is, a lot of people on social media have this entitlement, right? Nobody owes anyone to have to listen to them. And then it's all this, oh, you're censoring, and nobody give a shit. Sometimes people don't want to hear people mouth, it's not about if it's fair, if it's not fair. YouTube is a place where you could start your own channel. It's times where I get pissed off. I got pissed off the other day and I couldn't cut somebody out. I went on my little channel and there probably were like 3 people in the chat. I don't care. I just wanted to vent.
Wait, you know, listen, we gotta get your channel started. What's going on with that? Can you send me a message? What you got time?
I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna I'm gonna find a way to contact you, and I'm gonna hit you up. So yeah, so the entitlement, right? And people have this delusion, this false sense of self, like this self-importance, right? We tend to think that we are so important and our opinions matter and we must be heard, right? We all have that in us from time to time. It waxes and it wanes. Nobody don't have to listen to anybody. So a channel holder can dismiss whomever, whether it's fair or not, and you have to keep in mind whether it's rooted in fairness or unfairness. People have the discretion to do what they want, you know, and some people trying to build a brand, and some people probably just don't want to be bothered. Yeah. And the last thing, ethnic centricism. I probably fucked that word up. Jesus Christ. I know how to spell it though, but my pronunciation is trash. ETHNOCENTRISM. Ethnocentrism. Jesus is Lord. To think that the world thinks exactly the way we do. And we all do that from time to time.
We all do it. Yeah.
Exactly. And so my thing is, when I do have conversations with people, I keep in mind, everybody don't think the same way I think. Everybody don't run their household the same way I do. Everybody don't value things the same way I do. And even in these conversations, everybody doesn't value marriage in the same way or how they move. Me personally, I don't mind people looking at, you know, the times I've been with dudes, I don't mind nobody looking at my man. I like it, actually. Look at him. You can look at him all you want to. I actually like it. And you got some men that feel the same way. They don't mind people looking at their woman. They don't mind their woman being admired. Some dudes don't like it. And either way, it's okay. Right. However anybody feels is okay. We can all just find better ways of communicating and articulating that to the people in our circle so they don't feel attacked. So anyway, that's kind of all I wanted to say on that. I'm going to hit you up. I appreciate y'all. Sure. Thank you, panel. I'm going to go ahead and drop down.
All right, Judge J. Talk soon. All right. Let's see. Not to talk to me. No, wait. Not to.
Oh, Lord.
Wait. Let me go to Binkwe.
Yes.
Talk to me, Jerry.
I'm still here. Oh, anyway, I just feel like, you know,
Did you have a response? Did you have a response for Sheyi? Because I think he was saying something to you too, right?
Yeah, I'm reading his comment now. He said he's a fine wife. Sorry.
He's finding wife.
I'm not available.
No shit. No.
They see me.
Call Anita.
I'm not available.
Oh, Allah. Jesus Christ. Well, I think Alpha Jare, okay, I define wife. Okay. I was about to say. All right.
Sorry, both of us will be fighting. So, no, don't worry. I'm sure you find it.
You can fight. You sound like you can't fight anybody.
I'm not a fighter.
You'll probably shut down and just move out one day, and then you'll be looking.
not a fighter, but I'm assertive. I will say what I want and how I feel in a respectful way, but I will say it. But anyway,
Yeah.
I just feel like, all this fighting, we should stop, encouraging this fighting among us. It's not, we are not doing gender war. It's not going to help us. Like you always say, Lala, brother, all this fighting and, women are not doing this. And it just breaks my heart, brother. When I see these men or women and they have this podcast.
People want each other so badly.
Exactly.
They want
So
each
I'm
other
like,
so
what's
badly,
the point
but they
of this
just
conversation? Like, what is the purpose of this conversation? Is it to drag men? Is it to drag women? Like, what is the purpose? Or just for clicks and likes to make money? I don't understand. It's terrible. It's just terrible, and I'm like, and somebody like that, someone who want to date them, maybe if you're a man or a woman, and you have a boyfriend, you have a girlfriend, you talk about the opposite sex like this. And another thing that triggers me is when it comes to black women, it's like they cannot stop putting black women name in their mouths. Like, can you people just let us rest? Can we rest?
Yeah.
We are facing enough already. And it breaks my heart, and I'm being serious now. When I see men, and I'm not saying you should excuse black women when they are doing something that is wrong. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But when I see our own men, saying things that happens in every nationality, it's not only black women that are single mothers. And I don't want to change the trajectory of the conversation, but it's just what I see that just breaks my heart when we're having this conversation. I just feel like if you know that someone is not for you, they are not for you. Look for who is for you and keep it moving. And everybody will desire what they want. Like I said before, everybody can have whatever standard that they want. Does that mean they will get it? Well, it's left to them.
Right.
And we should stop making our experience, especially if it's a negative experience, our reality.
Just Jay is just saying, Ekene, I'm just saying, if people are constantly telling you to shut the F up or panels, maybe it's time for you to, and I didn't even see that yet, I silenced him. Whoever it's timed out, it's on timeout. No, I don't think it's the real, it's not the real one. This one is a troll. This person is a troll. Ekene PC Bishop, right? This one is a troll. So for fun, I just show them that I can silence you. Like, you're not silenced for the next 5 minutes. Watch me and be able to talk.
One of those men that are dragging Auntie B. So
don't mind them.
This drag Auntie B. Yeah, it's not a safe space for you.
They be hiding behind names. Can
you imagine? You know when to go and say Ekene PC Bishop? Well, that's your problem. So, Badala, you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You are helping this men and women.
We're talking. We're having real conversations. We will drag anyone who wants to be dragged. We'll go drag them.
I will drag them more.
For scapegoats.
You will be dragged.
We will drag you as scapegoats just to get some lessons. Because
thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Jare. Yeah.
You're welcome. All right. Bye-bye.
Yep. All right. Let's go to Natu. Now, Natu, is your turn. Natu Alpha, talk to me.
I did.
Your mic is still good. See, you were doing this intentionally. Continue.
I wasn't. I think that I was a little bit kind of like triggered by some of Sheyi's statement. And that's not to put him on the spot.
That's why I paused you. That's why I slowed you down, because I know it was getting there.
But let me tell you, I have 2 uncles. I don't care how you look like an letter 8 or whatever, like have a good shape, tall, slim. You are not attractive to them if you don't have flesh. Forget about it.
Yeah.
So there are women that will go for those women. Shoe get size. There are some people that wear sneakers, some people wear heels. I wear heels 5-inch any day, anytime. And I'll be fine. Some people cannot do it. My twin sister cannot do that.
I can't do it.
Yeah. So if and for me, once they must start screaming that, some women have like bad attitude, they have to go check themselves. You need to check yourself too. Because men that have good attitude, they don't even have to say it, because they'll be around people that have good attitude and they'll attract who they are. And that's some period.
Fact.
So once you start saying that women need to check themselves, you also need to check yourself. And I'm so grateful for this show because let me tell you what happened today. Someone posted something on her WhatsApp status about a friend that wants to get divorced. And she was like, oh, people can advise. And then I just chimed into her how like doing audiobooks. I even forwarded the link to your book to her to download and read.
Okay.
And I told her it's redeemable. But what had happened from what I saw was that it was just a lineup of what the guy has done to her. Well, I didn't see anything about what she has done. So I said, how about let's talk about what you have done? Because sometimes when we rely so much on what the other party is doing and not looking at ourselves and not having a self-reflection kind of moment, we miss out on a lot of things. How about, and then she made something like, well, he's such a provider, he's this, he's that, he's that, but he lost his job. I'm like, okay, let's talk about that.
Right.
Do you want to focus a little energy on that and talk about how good he is? Because now we're talking all about all the bad stuff. Now, how do you react when he says stuff? How do you get upset when he says that? How do you?
What
how
are
do
you
react when
doing?
there are no stuff? Exactly.
Positive or negative? Just tell me, what are you doing?
But we're not talking about all of that. Now we want to talk about people doing this. She has a big mouth. She's talking about people from the Big Mouth WhatsApp group. I'm their leader, but I've been thrown out. I'm born again. But no, honestly speaking. So when somebody starts saying that, when you start hearing a man saying, "Oh, I want a woman that is God fearing," are you God fearing? I want a woman that is homely. Are you homely? Because not only metal, they attract magnet. You can't be plastic and be looking for magnet to attract. It won't work. It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna
No,
work.
it won't work. And like even that Keke situation, like bro, he probably know that's who she is. And for all of us watching, we know that it's not about what Kiki's wearing, it's about Usher.
Yeah.
We all know that. It's not about what she's wearing, it's about Usher.
Yep.
If you posted her picture before in panties, I don't know what that one is. That one does not mean anything.
Yep, that was the issue. Was the jealousy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then, like I said earlier in the show,
And more importantly is the fact that he couldn't admit that he's jealous. It's
Yes.
okay to be jealous.
yes, very okay. I remember one time I dressed and I was going and my husband was like, "Where you going?" I'm like, "I'm going to go meet my boyfriend." He's like, "Three like go jam down your boyfriend." That shit was so funny.
Oguki, your boyfriend out there.
That shit was so funny that day. But it was like a healthy jealousy. But that's what I'm saying. And like I said, that's kind of like toxicity that couples have, because that's toxic. Because now you cannot face and say it to her because you've lost your power. You're looking for a way to like draw blood, and then you have to say it outside in public to see if you can get
You're looking
at her.
for your own pound of flesh.
Exactly. And now you got like a whole cow and you can't carry it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's really a lot. And like Bimpe just said, like, what? It's not a power tussle. All this talking about men and women stuff, it's not a power tussle. Like, no, everybody just needs to sit back. I read this Mamoro book that talks about the power of the understanding the purpose of a woman, and it has the one that says understand the purpose of a man. Everybody go and read and understand your role. Just because a car,
that's really all you have to do. That's all you have to do. Just
Go
focus on
read
you.
That's it.
That's why
all
I
you need to
said
do.
you too, you deserve soft life. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Bro, listen. Listen. But we're taking it to the extreme, talking about how nobody likes her. Keke she's a good looking woman. Please, let's stop. Let's stop capping.
Like stop the cap.
Yeah. She is a good looking woman.
Stop the cap.
Oh Lord, thank you, Jerry. Not to appreciate
Shay,
you.
let's not take sides on like, some women don't want to work on themselves. Some men like them big, and that's okay.
Yeah,
if you don't like big,
the
just
thing
skip that
about is the obsession with Lizzo too. I don't know any Lizzo song. And
Really?
when people, I don't. And when people start dragging Lizzo, I'm like, show me revenge. Why are you dragging this girl?
Yeah.
Oh, because she thinks that she's influencer. Dude, no, this is about you. Why are you dragging Lizzo?
Yeah, and also aside that, they're dragging Lizzo because they feel like she's on the heavy side, and she is in love with herself.
She's self-proclaimed love for her body.
Yes.
And that they resent that. They can't stand
Yes.
that.
Yes, and there's nothing they can do about it. And so now, because they found out there's nothing they can do about it, just drag her.
The only fat women I want to shame right? Watch, I'm about to silence him again. Watch it. I'll silence him again. He won't be able to talk for another 5 minutes. No blocking though, just silence for 5 minutes. Love it.
That's frustrating.
Oloshi. Anyway, listen, the idea here is silencing APC Bishop Ekene. It's not even me. The whole world will continue to silence you. That you deserve soft life. Don't do this to yourself. You know, the only way I will shame a fat person, fat is fat. It doesn't come into my vocabulary ever, because I never have a need to address a fat person about their fatness. By the time they are coming to me, if they deem me that I'm the one that's going to help them, they probably know that they needed help in that respect, in that aspect of life. This one single aspect of life among 2,000 other aspects of life. They say, you know what? I want to be fit. I want to be better. That person is already in that space. There's no need for me to have to shame them. If you have a need, an obsession to shame them, right? That there's something about self. And I get the argument that our society, people in America are overweight. I get that. There's also a place to present that, and how to present that in a way that people are able to receive it. And
just real quick, right? Just real quick. Shayi, this is exactly what you were saying and how people were perceiving it. Now you're taking offense because they're making reference to whatever you're saying to your age. And he's saying, I have more experience, more in life, in marriage, in education. Respectful. I take offense to what you said about my age. So that's the way people felt when you said that too. So it's the same thing. Sometimes you have to play the reverse game and be like, okay, if I say this, how is it gonna come out? How are other people gonna perceive it?
Wait,
my
what
younger
am I
sister,
missing?
that's the next thing after this one.
Oh, okay. If I say disrespectful, okay.
My younger sister, right? My younger sister is 6 years older than me.
Give me your last word. Give me your last
That's
word.
what I'm giving right now.
All right.
Yeah. My younger sister is like 6 years older than me. She got married 2 years before me. I will go to my younger sister for marriage advice. You know why? That girl is more matured. She has been patrolling on emotional intelligence before now.
She had that temperament already. She had the gift already. So you can reflect and say that was that person that had it always.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't about the age. I had more experience than her till today, till tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? I think she has only had two boyfriends in her life, one guy, and then the person that she married now. But still, she could assess things at that time more on an emotional level perspective than us, and would tell us stuff. I'll be like, why are you doing this? She's like, no, leave him alone. When he comes down, we'll talk. I'll be like, go talk to him. She's like, I'm not talking to him now till tomorrow. And she's not going to talk to you now until tomorrow. But me, I'm a hopeless romantic. So I learned from her. You understand what I'm saying? So it's really not by age, honestly speaking. People grow up in different environments. Depends where you grow up, what you see around you, where you're learning from. So we can't really just draw our basis, assumption or analysis based on age and say people of this certain age do this, do that. I don't think it's fair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
it
is what it is.
It's almost like I want to say what else. Okay, because I'm not going to discount what you said. I just need to know what else. Oh, people of age 35 and above do this, do that. Like, why do you say that? What do you see? You're going to have to give me a little bit more examples. Then when you give me an example, I will zone in on the example and forget that you said 35. Because if I have to reference that back, I will tell you you're wrong. This is why that person just happened to be a disrespectful, rude person. That person just happened to be that. You have any other thing? It's like you didn't really make any point when you generalize. That's the issue. Especially now, we need to. It's a natural part of who we are, but we need to kind of push against it when it comes to relationships.
I've always asked this question. I say, what happened to giving people grace? What happened to grace?
Yeah. We have shortage of grace.
I'm giving up. I have given up.
We got shortage of grace. It's time to pump it up. Thank you so much, Nastu. I appreciate you.
No wahala.
We'll be back here tomorrow. We got a show tomorrow. By the way,
I just need to remind everybody, I'm still waiting for your orders though. I haven't gotten. Chidima has bought her own perfume. So
yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Let me just make sure everybody make sure you support Natu. Let me pull that thing up. Thank you so much, Natu. I'll pull
My
out the
brother,
screen right now.
anytime.
Yeah. All right, so let's do this. Let's go to T Love. Talk to me. Give me your last word for the day, T Love.
Thank you so much.
Is it your first time calling in?
No, I've called him. I think this should be my third or fourth time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You need to call in more often.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
Just to before I move on to the topic, Mr. Shea, no one is arguing with me, first of all, and you know what? No, I'll just go on to the topic.
Yeah, let's not center Shea. Yeah.
So, anyways,
I was about to say that, but I didn't want to be,
Yes, no.
Let's not make it personal. Let's make it, Mm-hmm.
So, in response to the last caller, Mrs. Natu, I'm just going to put it out there again that we all have people who are for us. We have people who we can we're not for everyone, and everyone is not for us. There are lots of things to take from the lessons, whether it be Keke Palmer's case and her baby daddy, or whether it be APC or whoever the caller.
APC Ekene silenced Bishop.
I don't even all of that. I don't want to say everyone, like I would say it, but at the same time I also say when we say everyone, everyone has a platform of their opinions. It also cuts short the fact that yes, I may have my opinions, but we all need to grow too. It's good to get other people's opinion, but it becomes a problem when we are bringing our opinions out and it's on the other sideline. It's not really coming across as something positive, and it's actually kind of shutting people down to the point that your opinion is the best opinion. It doesn't make sense in that category. He might have his own opinion of this, but when you start pointing at the person itself, attacking them rather than the issue, and also bringing on other things based on past experiences from different relationships we've had to future, it becomes a circle, and it keeps going, and it creates lots of problems in life. So there are lots of lessons to learn. I mean, it's good to speak our opinions in platforms and all, but it's the way it comes across, the way we express our opinion. Everyone, yes, we all have the right to freedom of speech, but at the same time, with that freedom, there could be consequences. There's always a reaction to it. So we all have our opinion. People will always respond. As the saying goes, as long as someone exists in this lifetime, like people always talk about the opinion, the person, and all of that. So just because you have an opinion, we don't expect that people will not also react to that opinion.
They will react.
That's just the message I got from both Ekene and from both the root cause of the issue, and even on this group too. It's all like the same thing coming round and round. So that's just what I have to say. Thank you so much for the platform.
Thank you so much for your intelligent contribution to the conversation. I appreciate you. All right, let's go to Honey Bay. Honey Bay, you're running up the show with me today.
Thank you very much. I can see there's a debate going back and forth with Shay and Just Jay. Very interesting. I would basically just continue from what everyone has said. I think it's a case that, yes, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it's just using wisdom to articulate what you're saying without having to very much what Just say. You have to now bash a group to make your point. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I personally believe that everybody has their experiences, whether it's bad or good. But I personally believe that if you have emotional intelligence, you would not go forward in life with that negative experience, because not every person is the same. The fact that I had a very toxic relationship with my ex has not stopped me from moving forward with another person, because you have to have emotional intelligence and make a decision that I will not be defined by my past. I will not be defined by my trauma. So I just find it kind of like funny that I don't want to target him, but for Shay to say that women are very emotional, when for me, the way he's articulating himself, there seems to be some trauma there. Because I feel that if you've moved on from trauma, you do not need to be constantly bashing a gender or a group. He said that if he has moved in, then that's fine. But I just believe that your truth is not everybody else's truth.
Right.
It's just specific to your own experience. So for him, I just think, when we're having these conversations, I mean, I was joking about obviously what I said in my divorce and everything, but that experience is specific to me.
Right.
I'm
that
not
was your
now
experience.
pushing the narrative that, this and this is specific to me. I'm not, no disrespect. I am honey babe. There's only one of me. So so at the end of the day, the way I react and do with things is very much different to someone else, whether you're a man and a woman. So I feel that this blanket kind of narrative in regards to women in terms of being emotional or toxic, it doesn't make sense. I said to you before, all our fingers are not equal. Everyone is different. And I think that there has to be some time of maturity in articulating things like that, without just bashing another gender.
Right.
And in terms of the whole Keke thing, she should just do what she needs to do. For me personally, I don't see what the problem is. I had a few issues with my partner a few years ago. He didn't go on social media. If you're mature enough as a man, you will have a conversation with your woman or your wife and have a conversation in regards to what you're not happy about. You don't splash it all over media. I think people that do things like that are emotionally immature. I really don't believe that you need to go on social media to now air out your issues with your relationship. It just shows how immature you are as a human being, whether you're a man or a woman.
Yeah, absolutely. We can all agree that that's weak.
Yeah, it is weak. I think it's very weak. And it just speaks for the type of person that he is. Because I believe that video that you mentioned, I've not seen it. You was happy enough to do that video. I mean, and then you're getting upset because of Usher. Went to see Usher in Canada years ago, by the way. But yeah, I can understand why he's jealous. You understand?
Yeah,
but
exactly. That's
handle
Usher.
your jealousy in a mature manner. Have a conversation with your partner. To me, it's all about emotional intelligence. And then it's very much lacking.
Somebody suggested that he could have waited at home and littered some
I beg you,
candles.
Ekene, don't let me start cussing you all. He should just respect himself.
It's going back on timeout right now. I love silencing the person. They're silenced again. Don't worry.
You cannot look for my trouble today.
Wait, what happened? Let's see. Hide. Interesting. I can't.
Yeah,
find
sorry.
I can't find my stuff anymore. Anyway, you were saying, so in general, I just think, I lost my train of thoughts because of
sorry.
I have too much good time silencing the APC bishop, so I like silencing it. You see how see the obsession, that person waits to start commenting again. Okay, I've only been timed out ever on YouTube once, and I never went back there. Just Jim, I even know what we're talking about, because how she knew, Judge J, you probably know what I'm talking about. How she knew that I was actually timed out, I didn't know. But she was fighting in the chat. I was like, who silenced Man of Prestige? She was going hard. I've never been back to that platform since then, because I'm like, whatever that was, it's okay, right? They gave me a hint. I already was feeling some type of way, being like listening to these weirdos anyway. But they keep coming back. They're like, so don't even worry about it. I'll keep silencing him just because it's a lot of fun.
Please do, because you're telling us we're jobless. I'm going to bed and I'm waking up and I have a job. Do you have a job, Ekene? Please don't look for my trouble.
This was a great conversation, okay? And I will prove it right now, but I want to say thank you so much for being
you very much. I really enjoyed the conversation.
And being here, thank you so much. You're
always
welcome
a pleasure.
anytime. Yeah.
Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, let's do it. This was really good, but we're rounding up. We did 4 hours. All right, so let's do this. First of all, I want to address very quickly. Okay, I'll be very, very straightforward. There's a question that what's her name? Who was the person that asked that question? The very, very good question. Okay, there you go. Brand new to food. Hello, good to see you here. She said, "Is emotional intelligence a gift?" Okay. It's both a gift and skills. Okay, you can learn it. If you have to learn it as skills, you have to remain a lifelong student of it. When it's a gift, you just know them. You just know them. They can see things ahead, and it comes off always very effortless. They can see things you can't see from an emotional view, but it's both. If you're able to learn, it becomes a gift. If you now acquire it as a skills, it becomes a gift, because I tell you, most human beings, they just don't have it, and they have enough coconut head, and they're not even willing to calm down to say, maybe there's something I don't know. The truth is that all human beings are emotional, And now, how men expresses emotions is different from how women expresses emotions. For women, in typical cases, it's mostly outward. For men suppresses it. But emotions are nobody's mate at the end of the day. Something has to give. We have to pay a price when it comes to managing emotions. And that's the whole point of emotional intelligence, right? So ultimately, it's a gift. Either you acquire it as a skill set as an adult on an ongoing manner, or you tend to naturally have it. They're both a gift. Okay, so that's the answer to that question in particular. But let me make some of this point, right? It's okay to be jealous. Okay, if you're jealous, you're a normal human being. There's nothing wrong with you. Okay. Now, jealousy is a double-edged sword, just like generalizations, just like your experience, just like trauma, right? So it all depends on what you do with them, right? Do you have the wisdom to apply them, the gift of going through life? Some people call it traumatic. Well, traumatic is when we tend to use that when it's more negative, right? So, but the key thing that she was trying to say, I guess, is that when people get older, they gonna experiences, some of them including bad experiences, but the same is true for men, So it's okay to be jealous. And Keke Palmer's boyfriend did not know that it was okay to be jealous, and he tried to be a perfect human being. That's the whole point of calling morals a standard into the conversation. It fell on the wrong. Listen, it fell on his face. It didn't work. Okay. People were able to call that out immediately. Okay. Immediately, we were able to catch that instantly. Okay. It's okay to be insecure. We all have insecurity in one aspect of our life or the other. What it means is that I don't feel secure. I don't feel as confident as I would like to feel when it comes to this one thing or two things, maybe three things. It's okay. Well, if some guy called Usher is almost, I can see how your visual went crazy, about to bump and grind your girl to the whole world, it can make you feel some type of way. You're a normal human being. There's nothing wrong with that. The issues is when you start to cap and act like it's about morals and standard. It is not, and that's why you fell on your face.
Stop the cap.
It doesn't work. People will find you out. They will get you. They'll catch you before you land. Okay? All right. It's okay to have preferences. Okay? It's okay. The problem is when you don't believe you deserve preferences, and Shalaye is not a good. Shalaye is a bastard. If you have to explain your preferences, then I have to ask you, like, what is, like, it's okay for you to have preferences. What's wrong with that? Age, size, a way they walk, right? I have my preferences. Not really. I just like fine women, in general, okay? But that's in the eyes of the beholder, right? I might think a woman is fine, and the other person might say, what? And that's okay. Right? This is why we can't, another reason why we can't generalize, because you're not helping nobody, especially yourself. You're hurting yourself. You're sounding off as insecure, particularly the worst type, which is no self-awareness. Okay? It's not okay to be an hypocrite. Okay? If you're an hypocrite, you will collect. Okay? It's not okay to be an hypocrite. You will be found out and you will collect. Okay? You will tell on yourself. It's only a matter of time. You will tell on yourself. Okay? It's not okay to shame your girl's motherhood. You're jealous, I already told you it's okay. You're insecure, I told you it's okay. The problem is that you won't admit it. Well, you're not supposed to be able to admit it, but there's a at least you should be able to say there is a possibility, maybe, right? But you're not even able to do that. So that's a problem, right? The problem becomes when you're so caught up in your blind spot and you think you're gonna get away with shaming the motherhood of your girlfriend. What do you expect to come out of that, right? And she's a rock star. I'm not surprised that you're collecting wutu. Okay? Even men that want to do the bros code thing in this conversation, at some point, they get to a point, they say, nah, he shouldn't have gone out there. He should have kept, at least they said that. He should have kept it inside. At least they kept it inside. They kept it inside the home. They kept it private. They at least said that. Even the weirdest one, the ones that can't, like, they just wanted to blame women for everything. Even those ones were managed to say, yeah, I know, you should have kept. Some of them still managed to say that, right? But APC, Bishop Ekene, Dayo Adegboyega, they can't. They can't help it. They can't see past their nose. It's gra. But let me time down your out too. Let me silence him to demonstrate a point here. Dayo, you're timed out. We will always, not me, the world will always silence you when you don't have anything, any value to add. Me, I will even let you talk here. Today is just to demonstrate. That's why I'm timing out, not blocking. All right? For you to be able to chat here, you have to have been subscribed. That is, you're confused. All right? So it's not okay to be a hypocrite. It's not okay to shame your girl's motherhood. Okay? Last but not least, let me tell you this right now before we dance small. Okay? All opinions do not deserve an audience. Like, even if I want to be nice to you, the world that we live in, gentlemen, does not operate like that. Okay? All opinions do not deserve an audience. You will be silenced just like your top G. You might be put away. You get the gist. You get the gist. Just J. You get the gist. That's the real gist right there. Okay? So even your top G is being put away. You have to pay attention. All opinions. Don't let them deceive you. Okay? No, not all opinions deserve to be heard. Like, even if you disagree with me that they all deserve to be heard, not all opinions will be allowed to be heard. Okay? If it lacks emotional intelligence, even if it's men you're talking to, those same men, the same men you're fighting for, they will get caught up in their emotions. They will silence your ass because they don't want to hear what you have to say. They get caught up in their feelings, their emotions. Even modern men. Have you seen their echo chamber? They repeat themselves, bounce themselves back towards each other back and back and forth and back and forth. They do that, right? So it's very, very important to dig in a little bit deeper. It's very simple. You just look at your personal results. Am I creating the results that I want? In real time. We don't have to go to grand scheme of everything. Okay? We don't have to go too far. In real time, am I creating the results that I'm looking for personally with your full chest? Right? Am I creating the result that I'm looking for? Oh, I'm not being heard. I'm being silenced. It's not necessarily your fault. That's not what the gist of this conversation is about. Okay? You might just be a prophet Jesus of our times. Right? And somebody's just trying to crucify you. Right? But you're right. You will not be heard right now. We will have to revisit what you said 2,000 years from now. You will still be silenced. And no disrespect to Jesus. I'm a Jesus boy too. I'm just letting you know you're being disrespectful by comparing yourself to Jesus. You just don't know how to talk, most likely. Okay? Very, very, very simple. So that's how it works. They're relentless. It's okay. They're subscribed and they will keep coming back, but they're hearing this woto at the end of the day. And that's all that matters. Okay? So let me come to the chat. Let's see. Shout out to everybody. The trolls are adding views. Of course, right? Shei, what did you say, Shei? Shei said something. Let me go back to it. She said, I no talk again. I have been silenced. No, Shei, you will never be silenced here. Okay? You will never be silenced here. You don't have to worry about that. Okay? We're talking about, now I'm generalizing, right? Like I said, we will generalize, okay? But we need to make certain points. Some things don't need to be said. And when we're talking, we need to talk in wisdom. And part of wisdom is to be aware that other people's emotions are being triggered when you talk. So there's absolutely something called packaging. Niger people, you know this. It's called packaging and presentation. It's just the given. Just like trauma. It's given, right? You're supposed to know that already, right? So when you do get reactions to certain emotional triggers, you're supposed to expect it. And then the best thing we can do with that is to come up with better ways to present so that it's well received, so that you can create the results that you're looking for. Okay? It's actually very simple, but it's not easy. It's easier said than done. Okay, especially if you're coming from a place of experience, which you rightfully said multiple times. But Shei, you're you know, just to center you small, you're very respectful. Okay, you try your best. The rest of it is just a matter of skills over time, and you'll be fine. Trust me. You know, if we push against you, you sharpen up back up again, and everything will be all right. No problems. You know, but you need to be aware that we cannot afford to get off the throne. Okay? We can't do that. We can't. Who are the kids going to count on? Who are the women going to count on? What's the society going to count on? That's what you need to pay attention to. All right? So, there you go. There you go. So, today is a demonstration of what it looks like to be silenced and have to go back and change your name and be coming back. It's probably the same person. He's changing his name with somebody, and then they wonder why they are creating the result. Agidi coconut head. Now a coconut head go kill una. So today was a good demonstration of that. And the video we reacted to it earlier, right, which was much more out there. You will continue to be silenced. There's no space for you in society. You have no value to add to society. Shei does, because Shei is willing to put himself out there and share some things. Okay? It's roughened up a little bit here by the ladies, but he can take it. Unlike the punks that are getting silenced every 5 minutes here. Anyway, I appreciate you. Thank you. Shei, these ladies love you. Okay, so don't take it like that. You know, shalaye is something you can manage. Too much shalaye is a bastard. It doesn't mean you can't talk. It just means listen a little bit more than you talk. That's all. That's all it means, right? All of us need to do it, by the way. Ladies, you need to do that as well. Okay? All of us, we need to listen more than we talk, right? Because there's usually blind spots, things we can't hear, but the other person is getting triggered emotionally. There's something you're saying. They're human beings just like you. That you too, you're expressing from a place of emotions because you feel strongly about your opinions. It's normal. We're just normal human beings. But when you put yourself out into the streets like Keke Palmer's boyfriend, you deserve all the collections that come into your plate. It is what it is. Okay. So over here, keep in mind we talk about power intelligence. Okay. Don't give your power away. Okay. There's a balance to how you how you use your words when it comes to maintaining your power, retaining your power, and sometimes you will give it away. But sometimes we have to course correct. Sometimes we engage friction, right? And that's part of where the growth comes from. All right. Don't forget, go grab the if you want more of this, in a more structured manner, go to loveandprestige.com. You can download the book for free. I'm speaking from experience. Okay, my whole story is in there. My wife and myself story, we're in there. Read the book. It's free. Download the PDF for free. You can also get a free audio book from audible.com. Okay. And it's also available in Kindle, in paperback like this. It's available everywhere. You can find them everywhere. So take advantage of it and join us, the notification gang on WhatsApp, lolaandlola.com/WhatsApp. And you can also text WhatsApp message to this phone number. And this was a good one. We're all work in progress, precisely. Yep, we're all learning. And that's the beauty. Shay, I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody on eBay. Thank you. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay. Hit that like button on your way out. Tomorrow we'll be back here for tomorrow's title. I'll tell you, it's gonna be Melly Monaco shares how to treat a man so he never leaves. So ladies, maybe you want to be here, but I have a special guest that I'm bringing on tomorrow. Bola's husband. Remember Bola that was here? Bola was here not too long ago. The husband is going to be hanging out with me. Another fine gentleman who is doing the right thing, who is open to learning. In fact, one of the things he told me is like, Ola, we need to have some things to disagree with so we can have a good show. I was like, no worry yourself. Just come through. Let's come have a conversation. Okay, so hit that like button on your way out. Hopefully you've been enlightened and educated. Wait. I need to appreciate this. Come on now. Come on. No. T-Love, thank you so much for the $13.99 Canadian dollars. He said thank you for the video. Until next time, people. Oh man, I almost missed that. I would have hated to miss that. Thank you so much. Hopefully you've been enlightened and educated. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.